Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. We're glad you're joining us today. But before we get started, I just want to let everyone know that this event will be recorded and there may be opportunities for some photography as well. So if you do not wish to be participating in a recorded teleconference, we ask that you disconnect at this time. And if you do not wish to have your photograph taken, we ask that you turn off your camera. But we are glad that you're here. Just wanted to put that out there so you'll be aware. So again, welcome. We have a few housekeeping things to go over, but before I go over those things, you probably want to know, who is this lady? I am Jennifer J.J. Jones, and I will be serving as your host today throughout the whole day. So this is going to be a wonderful time for you and a wonderful time for me. So welcome, official welcome to the Rooted in Resilience tour. And we're here in the DMV, and we're excited to be a part of this. This is the second leg of our tour. And so we're happy to be sharing with you today. And so today we're going to start off particularly, this is the first leg of a full weekend, and we'll tell you more throughout the day about the weekend, what the weekend is going to bring. But the big thing for today and right now is our Rooted in Resilience Symposium. And so what you're going to have today, we're going to bring you awareness, education, and a research symposium. So that's the title, the Rooted in Resilience Awareness, Education, and Research Symposium. So we're glad that you are here today, and we want you to hang in there. We want this to be interactive. We know that it's virtual, but we want you to get engaged. So we have the chat function that's available for you to reach out, ask questions. We'll be monitoring that throughout the day. So know that you're a part of this, and to be a part of that, we want you to be interactive in that. So we're going to go into the next slide so you can get just a glimpse of some of our amazing speakers for today. They will be coming to you with information about research, which is what this is all about. We're going to be talking about the All of Us Research Program, which is what BGLC is all about. And I need to tell you a little bit about that. So the Black Greek Letter Consortium is made up of the Divine Nine Greek Letter organizations. So we call ourselves the Divine Nine, but it's the NPHC Divine Nine organization. So that's all of the fraternities and sororities that makes up the BGLC. So one thing, we're going to go to the next slide because we have a little a gadget here that we've created for you that has all the information you would ever want to know about today. So we go to the next slide, we're going to show you this QR code. And this QR code has a lot of information on it, okay? So right now, if you go and scan that QR code right now, on any device that you have, you can get on your phone, but we want you to scan that QR code because what we provide on this QR code is a link tree that links you to everything about today, all the things. So one of the things that we're going to talk a little bit more about that you'll be linked to is a pre-survey. So we want you to take that pre-survey. Everybody, take that pre-survey, get your phone out, click that QR code, and there's a pre-survey that's on there. And again, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that as we progress into this day. And the next thing, you're going to learn a little bit more about the Rooted in Resilience tour. So we have a website that you can go to that has all the information about the 3-city tour. So you can click on that, find out more about the tour, because the next city we're going to be in Atlanta, and we want you to be a part of that as well. And then you can learn about Rooted in Resilience. We can learn about the DMV Walk of Fame photo booth. Yes. So you can actually go in this using your QR code. I'm going to go back to that QR code, scan it, and you can go and take a picture of yourself, and you can be on the DMV Wall of Fame that shows yourself and your engagement here in this symposium today. So go take your picture, get your family, friends, whoever near you, get on their Wall of Fame, because we're going to be showing that as well. And then the agenda. You have all the things that's going to be going on today. So you'll know when there's a break, you'll know who's coming up, you know what they're talking about. All of that is included, again, on that QR code with that link tree. So go to that. And then again, I'm going to go back to our pre-survey because this is very important. The information that you're going to receive is going to be something that you can utilize, right? And learn more. So we want to just kind of gauge where you are right now with the All of Us Research Program. So the BGLC is in partnership with the All of Us Research Program, which is a part of the National Institutes of Health. So we just want to see where you are right now. And then later on today, at the end of the day, we're going to have a post survey to see how much information you have gained, the knowledge that you've gained, because there's going to be a lot of knowledge that's going to be going on here, a lot of learning. And some of that will be coming from you. Again, go to the chat. Please provide any kind of questions that you have throughout the day. But right now, I'm wanting to get you to go and to use that QR code and take that survey, because it helps us as well as we build out and continue to work with this program, the All of Us Research Program. So I'm going to give you a second or two. I'm going to count off like 2001, 2002. Yeah. You're like, yeah, I want you to do this, like really bad. I really want you to do this. Okay, y'all like move on? Okay, I'll do that. Okay, so this is what I want to do now. I want to see who is out there watching this, who's took the time to join us to learn more about the Rooted in Resilience tour here in the DMV. So I want to know, who are you? Who are you? I want to know your names. I just want to know your names. I want to know your names. I want to know who you are. I want to know how you're going to participate. I want to know that. So I'm going to give you a couple of seconds to put that in the chat. Okay. Put it in the chat. Keep it rolling. Keep it coming. Amazing. Okay, then I want you to shout out your city. Where are you coming from? Is it just the DMV area? I want to see, is Dallas, are you representing? Come on, Dallas. Because I know I've been telling all my friends to come to this. It's too much good information. So come on and come. I want to see where you're coming from. All right. I see you, Dr. Cruz Craig. All right, Larissa, come on. I love it. We just want to see who's out there and how you hanging in this. It's going to be a great and wonderful day. And y'all, I want y'all to introduce yourself to each other. So yeah, y'all have opportunity to say, hey, this is so, okay, I guess you can't really do that virtually, right? Okay, I guess not. Okay, well, we'll move on. All right. So we know who's here. We know that you're here. We know that you're engaged. We know that you're ready. We're like ready, set, go. We're going to get started. We're going to be this again. This is going to be a glorious day of learning. And there's nothing better than an educated individual that can not only take in the knowledge, but share the knowledge. So we're going to start off with me talking a little bit more about the All of Us Research Program. So I'm going to give you a snapshot of what that is and what that's all about and what our work has been about. Again, the Black Greek Letter Consortium has been working with this program for the past 5 years almost. And so we're going to just dive in, get you a little sense of that. Remember, you took the pre-survey. I'm just saying, I'm giving you a hint. You took the pre-survey, because that means at the end of this, you're going to have a post-survey. And it's you got to be able to get all the stuff to be able to take the post-survey. So here's the stuff. We're going to start with the stuff. So what is the All of Us Research Program? Well, I'm going to tell you. Funny you should ask. I'm going to let you know. And to learn about the All of Us Research Program, one of the things we need to know, what is health research? This is what this is all about. This is what the All of Us Research Program. So what is health research? And the first step to understand the concept of health research. Research is the process of finding out things. Health research is the process of finding out things about improving people's health care. That's what it is. Did you know? We're going to go to the next slide. Did you know that the majority of health research has been conducted with middle-aged Caucasian men as the participants? And that means that the medicine or treatment resulting from that research is designed specifically for that demographic. Communities who are underrepresented in medical research then are at risk of experiencing negative responses because it's not the best for their body. So just imagine that. Going forward, we need to do a better job of including all types of people in health research. And the only way we can fix this injustice is with your help. And this is what we're going to talk about with the All of Us Research Program today. All right, so what is the All of Us Research Program? I'm going to tell you, because I could hear you asking. I could hear that. I could hear that in my spirit. All of Us is the program led by the National Institutes of Health that's working to improve healthcare through research. Unlike research studies that focuses on, like one disease or one group of people, All of Us is building a diverse data set that can inform thousands of studies on a variety of health conditions. It is a longitudinal effort to gather data from 1 million or more people living in the United States to accelerate research and improve health by taking into account individual differences in lifestyle, environment, and biological makeup. So the All of Us is the largest and most inclusive health research program ever. And I did say ever. Next slide. And we're going to talk about precision medicine, which is a part of the All of Us research program. So we're all different, right? Like I said, we're all different. But when we go to the doctor, our treatments are often the same. Our healthcare and treatment should be tailored for us. This is called precision medicine. Precision medicine is a new approach to improving health, treating disease, and finding cures. It acknowledges that one-size-fits-all approach to medicine isn't the best because we know what works to treat me may not work to treat you because we're all different. It acknowledges that, okay, so each person is different, like I said. Factors that greatly impact our health are our genetics, our lifestyle, and our environment. So ultimately, precision medicine can produce more accurate diagnosis, right? Earlier detections and better prevention strategies and treatment choices. So that's what precision medicine is, and that's a tongue twister. Blah. So here's some examples on your screen. We have the insulin pump, we have prescription glasses, and we have blood. We have this. So let's take an example for my glasses. I'm taking my glasses off. So some of you may wear glasses, and say if you was in this room with me and we exchange glasses, your glasses I probably would not be able to see through your glasses, and you probably would not be able to see through my glasses. And that's what precision medicine is all about. It's really looking at you holistically, your genetics, your lifestyle, and your environment, and creating medicines that's particularly fit for you, or diagnosis, they can figure that out because it's based on you and only you, because you don't take somebody else's eyes to the eye doctor, right? You take your own eyes. So this is like dealing with you and the individual to figure out what's going on with you. So now I'm going to talk about the social determinants of health. So a growing body of research shows that centuries of racism in the United States have had a profound and negative impact on communities of color. The impact is pervasive and deeply embedded in our society, and it's affecting where one lives. It affects our learning. It affects work. It reflects where we worship, where we play, and creating inequities in access to a range of social and economic benefits, such as housing, education, wealth, and employment. These conditions, often referred to as social determinants of health, are key drivers of health inequities within communities of color, placing those within these populations at greater risk for poor health outcomes. So here's the part where you can come in and be a true participant. So again, I want you to pull out your phones, and your phone should already be pulled out because we already got you to do the QR code, right? So I need you to get your phone out again. And I want you to go to your Google Play or Apple App Store and find the All of Us Research app. So I'm gonna give you a second to do that. Like I said, it's gonna be interactive. So I need you to interact with me. Pull out that phone that's already out, right? Because you did the pre-survey. Did I say that? They're like, why do you keep repeating that? Because I want you to get this in your spirit and be able to do this. So you got your app out. All right. So I want you to visit the All of Us website to learn more information. So you see that you're going to visit the All of Us website at joinallofus.org/together. And there you can learn more information about the program. And if you choose to sign up, you can do that today. So you're going to go to the All of Us Research Program website, and it's joinallofus.org/together to get more information about the program. And again, you can sign up. And if you can choose to sign up today or not, but you need to get the information. I need you to go there and get the information. Or you can download the All of Us Research app in your Google or Play or Apple Store apps, right? Because I just told you to pull out your phone, go to that and do that, right? And you may notice that when you go to your Apple Store or your Google Play Store, you may notice that there's 2 All of Us apps in the Apple Store. So please be sure that you're downloading the one named the All of Us Research. And it's the one with the white background. And it's created by Care Evolution. So there's 2 of them, but I need you to go to the one with the white background that's created by Care Solutions. You got that? I'm just giving you a moment. And again, The All of Us apps can be downloaded on your computer, on your phone, on your iPad, on your tablet, all the gadgets. You can get the information. All right, I think you got that piece. So now we're going to go to the enrollment and the next steps if you decide that you want to move forward. So once you've created your account, you will be asked to give your consent. This includes reviewing a series of videos which will provide more detailed information about the program. These describes all the types of information you may be asked to give. Once you feel comfortable that you know what to expect, and if you're ready to give your consent, you'll electronically sign the consent form. You can do all of this from your computer, tablet, your smartphone, or at a partner center. So you may also elect to share your electronic health records, which is a digital version of your medical chart, and complete the consent to give DNA results, which is great because I signed up and I was able to get that information, which was really cool to receive. You will be asked to answer several health surveys. In combination with other health information, the answers provided in these surveys can help researchers identify patterns about how your lifestyle and background affect your health. Then after that, after these initial steps, you may be asked to share your physical measurements and provide your biological samples so that the program can help researchers better understand how different factors, including your genetics, make you as a participant unique. So now I'm going to pause again. You're like, why do you keep doing this, JJ? Because I really want you to understand the importance of this. I want you to go to the website. You should be there already. And I want you to create your account. Now, you may not have time. No, we want you to do that. We want you to do that in a very educational way. Like we want you to read through the consent, understand what you're signing and all of that. But I joined. And I'm going to be quick and tell my story really quickly because I got a little time to do my story. But I joined after I began to work with this program. And it was soon thereafter, because when I started the program, working with the program, the very first day, I had a doctor's appointment to go and check on a lump. I was re-diagnosed with breast cancer. The day of my very first meeting. And I began to learn more about the program, went to the website like I was asked to get more information. And I was going to the website to get more information to work with the program. But what I found was that it was so resourceful for me. Like it became, it gave me the information that I knew to be a champion for my own health. That's what it did. And now that I feel that way, like I am a champion for my own health, I ask questions with my doctors that I had never asked before. And my oncologist, I wanted to know why, you're telling me to do all these different things and it's not working for me. And clearly it worked for somebody, but it was probably somebody that didn't look like me. So I would implore you, be a champion of your own health. Go to the website, learn more about the All of Us research program and how you can be 1 in a million. Because one of the things that the program is doing that I failed to mention is that they're trying to get 1 million individuals signed up to be a part of medical research, which would just help in really being able to help with that whole precision medicine and how that works. And then, getting more, being able to diagnose or, having scientists being able to have the information there for them to go do the research and figure out, why you're getting sick or why you're not getting sick. So I hope you feel the passion in me, the passion that's eluding from me right now, because I really, really, really want you to go to the website, find out more about All of Us. It's worked wonders for me. I went back and had my entire family to sign up because it's important. It's important to be a part of that. And when you don't know what you don't know, that it's not good for you. And I think as a people, we need to just how we have legacies and leave legacies for all the other things and inheritance for all the things when it's monetary. We need a good inheritance for our health. And that comes with understanding why Big Mama got sick and why, we have to take the medications that we do. Just ask the questions. We have to be more engaged in our health as a people. And I'm getting off my soapbox, and I'm going to also tell you about something that's coming up next week. It is the Minority Student Research Symposium that I think all of us should be a part of that as well. So the All of Us Research Convention provides an opportunity for a broad spectrum of researchers using the All of Us Research Program data and tools offered through the Research Hub to showcase their work with colleagues, peers, and others who share a passion for advancing health research. The two-day virtual event will focus on research at various educational and professional career stages across two separate but linked events: the Minority Student Research Symposium, which is March the 31st, and then the All of Us Science Day, which will be the next day on April the 1st. So, and you'll hear a little bit more about that. I mentioned this Research Hub. You'll hear more about that today as well. So greater participation of greater participation of all racial and ethnic groups is needed in biomedical research. URSMs represents over 30% of the United States and that's underrepresented minorities. I'm sorry, I should have said that. We represent only 30%. I won't say only, that's a big percentage of the United States population, but less than 9% of STEM PhD members and 7% of all positions. Did you hear me? We're 30% of the United States underrepresented populations, and only 9% of them are STEM PhDs, and only 7% of them are physicians. And we know that diversification of the biomedical workforce will help address the critical need that the United States faces to reduce racial and ethnic health and healthcare disparities. So yes, did y'all feel that? That's important. 30% and only 9% of STEM PhDs and 7% physicians. So now I'm going to give you your test. I gave you a lot of information. So we're going to go to that post assessment, the post survey. So I want you to, your phone is still out, your gadget is still out, whatever you're using, your tablet, whatever you're using. I want you to scan that QR code, scan it, and I want you to fill out that survey. And I'm going to give you a minute or so to do that. Because again, I say this is so important for us. It's important for BGLC, it's important for the All of Us Research Program to understand if we're getting the message across and if you're actually learning in some of the things that we're doing. And what it also does, it helps prepare us and as we continue to create, educate, and bring awareness to the program. So we need to know what you need from us and how we can better educate and bring that awareness to you. So I'm talking to give you time to do that post survey. I'm going to give you some time because I want to do that post survey. And if I could sing, I would sing. I could do A and B selection, but All right. So you've done it, right? Raise your hand if you've done it. Thumbs up if you've done it in the chat. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Did you do it in the chat? Okay. So I mentioned that those percentages, 30% of the population and only 9% PhDs and STEM, so what we're going to bring you some information. I also talked about genetics, right? So we're going to bring on an amazing individual that, if I had his brain, if I had a piece of his brain, I would be doing that thing. I am so impressed by him. And I'm going to read his bio. And then after I read his bio, we're going to show you a quick video. And then he's going to come to the stage and bring you all this knowledge that I don't have. But he has it all in his frontal lobe because he's an amazing individual. So, and I see him smiling. I see you over there smiling. Okay. So we have today Dr. Hbcus Cunningham. He is the co-founder and chief scientific officer of Polaris. Okay. Dr. Hbcus Cunningham is a graduate of Princeton University. Wow. He received his PhD in molecular biology. Amazing. Again, he has all his frontal lobe working. Don't have that. In Rockefeller University and completed his postdoctoral training in Paris, France. Wow. I'm just amazed by him. A leading voice in advocating for diversity and representation in the field of genomics. Dr. Cunningham is also a volunteer. He also volunteers and leader of a nonprofit STEM youth programming for underserved communities. He previously worked at the VA headquarters, overseeing a large neurogenetic, say it, right.
Neurodegenerative.
Generative, that's right. I said his frontal lobe got all the information. Yes, all of that. Disease research program, and also served as a subject matter expert for the VA's genomic medicine implementation program. Motivated by the timely need for advancements in precision medicine while at the VA, Dr. Cunningham is the co-founder and executive director of the Faith-Based Genetic Research Institute. I said Faith-Based Genetic Research Institute. That's another thing he got going on. I love it. A community-based nonprofit organization dedicated to improving people's lives through the power of genomics and precision medicine. Amazing. So we're going to see the video, then we're going to have Dr. Cunningham come and share his knowledge with you.
He has his grandfather's smile.
Her mother's eyes.
My cheekbones.
But will she have my diabetes?
My sickle cell anemia.
His father's heart disease?
Go to joinallofus.org to share your health information and speed up health research breakthroughs. The future of health begins with you.
Well, JJ, it's such a pleasure to be here with you all today. As part of the Rooted in Resilience program, I need to hire you to be my spokesperson because you really brightened up my day and made me feel great about myself. I still feel like I'm a work in progress, but I do feel proud of the fact that I am in that 9% that you mentioned. I have a PhD, as you mentioned, in molecular biology, and am a working scientist, a chief scientific officer of my own biotech company called Polaris Genomics, as well as the executive director of the Faith-Based Genetic Research Institute. And just really, I'm very passionate about the same things that you mentioned today, our participation in this. As a person who's a person of color and African-American, someone who was raised here in the DMV, I'm born and raised here in the DMV, I know how much our people stand to gain from this, and I'm really excited to help more of us participate. So I wanted to spend a few moments today chatting with you and the folks out there about my why I do this, why it's important, why genetics is so important for all of us, and hopefully encourage everyone to participate in the All of Us program. Next slide. So for me as a scientist, as I mentioned, it's always about the DNA. You've heard that song, it's all about the Benjamins. For me, it's all about the DNA, right? Because that's really what makes us us. And for those of you, we hear that word a lot. What does it stand for? Deoxyribonucleic acid. It's an actual chemical. And this is, to me, as also a scientist and a person of faith, has always been amazing to me that God that created, the God I'd serve, that I believe in, created us with this information in our cells. This DNA is in each one of our cells, and it's unique to each one of us. And it's what makes us unique in who we are. And we inherited it from generations and generations upon generations of our ancestors, going back to the first woman who emerged on the continent of Africa. We often call that individual Lucy. So if you go all the way back in history, we are all related. We're all distant cousins. And we all trace back to Africa. So it's kind of amazing to me that we are now at the point where we can study our DNA at a deep level because of the technology that's been developed even in the last 50 years. Next slide. And this is a point that I think we should all be proud of, that our government, the United States, has really led the charge in this. The National Institutes of Health, where I did my postdoctoral research, back in the early 2000s, this is even while I had just started my PhD, we were doing the first sequence of a human genome. And back in 2000, that effort took over a decade and cost over $3 billion. And so $3 billion for one human genome, or 5 actually, that they sequenced in the first draft and published. But from that time till now, the cost of doing sequencing has gone down dramatically, even faster than what they call Moore's law, which is the amount of information we can cram on a microchip, which also has been increasing. So from a technology perspective, DNA and genetic science has really been even outstripping information technology, because we're able to sequence DNA much faster and much cheaper than ever before. Next slide. And what that is doing as we continue to get better with the technology is it's driving down the cost, and therefore it's going to make it more accessible to all of us. So we went from that first genome, or first draft of human genome, which cost collectively $3 billion, down to now where we are to an individual genome not only being less expensive, somewhere between the $100 and $1,000 range, but also being much faster. It doesn't take us 10 years any longer. We can do it in 48 hours. So that's kind of amazing to think about the progress we made even in the last 20 years due to advances in the technology. And this is something I want to impress upon the whole population that I'm talking to today. There's many different aspects to this. The fundamental aspect is understanding our DNA, but for those emerging scientists out there, there's billions of dollars to be made in this industry, learning how to develop these new technologies, which will help us do this faster, cheaper, and better. So I'm very excited about that. And that's why I spend a lot of time also in the community training young kids in STEM, because all of our ideas are valuable to this process. Next slide. And the net result, what we're trying to get at is to change the way we do medicine. So the traditional model of medicine was this one size fits all approach. That means I'd give you an aspirin or a pill, and I knew nothing else about you. I'd give you a certain dose that I determined from some clinical study, maybe in one population, and I'm just gonna assume or hope that it has the same effect in you that it did in those people. And that's not always the case. You're gonna have generally 3 groups of folks with any given kind of intervention, medical intervention: those who really don't respond to it, those who respond really well to it, and those who actually respond negatively to it, have an adverse event. And what precision medicine is going to enable us to do is to get information that's unique to the individuals and use that information to better tailor their treatment. And genetics is fundamental to that, because I like to say to my students and those out there, there's nothing more personal than your genetics. It's literally the map of who you are. And it will tell us a lot about what treatments you're going to respond to, what diseases you're more susceptible to, and also things you might pass down to your kids. And that's something that I'm really, really interested in, both from a scientific and a personal perspective. But this is why it's so important for us to participate, because if we do not have a knowledge from starting with all of us, we won't be able to make medicines that work good in all of us. So that's why it's so important to participate. Next slide. And therefore, understanding the diversity, the actual global diversity that we have in genetics, is good for all of us. The more we understand about all of the genetics out there, the better off we'll all be. And, next slide, please. That's why I was so proud when President Obama back in 2015 authorized the NIH Precision Medicine Initiative, which became now the NIH All of Us program, because he realized that, along with many of the scientific researchers in the country, that when we gain this information from about all of the types of genetic mutations that could lead to disease or indicate who would be optimized for this treatment or the other, it's going to improve our overall healthcare. And this was a quote from Eric Disman, who's the initial director of the program, that including groups that haven't been well represented in biomedical research is going to be most important for all of this. But it's also probably one of the most challenging tasks. Next slide. And that is because of a history of bias in this country. and actually across the world. So I often quiz people and say, if I were to ask you, of all the groups out there, racial ethnic groups in the world, what is the biggest cohort of genetic information out there? Would it be Caucasian? Would it be African? Would it be Asian? Would it be any other group? And the answer to that is actually Asian. So we have most of the world's population is from India and China. Just of the 8 billion people, most of that population is there. But then the next would be Africa, as well as Latin America. And then the last would be Caucasian, so less than 15%. But the actual studies that have been done have been the inverse of that, the extreme inverse, in that as of 2009, over 96% of all the genetic studies that have been done, all of the samples were from European ancestry. Fast forward to 2016, that's improved a little bit from more inclusion of Asian populations. But even now, in the current era, we're still at less than 4% of African-American and Latino representation, even though, as was mentioned, we are going to be soon more than 50% of the population. We're currently over 30% and approaching more than 50%. So this persistent bias has to be undone. There are a lot of different reasons for that. There's a lot of historical mistrust in the community. I can say even among my family members, the kinds of conversations I've had to have. But I think for our population, we really have to learn how to address that and actually come to grips with that and get over that, because we're going to wind up negatively impacting our health if we continue to be bound by the fears of the past. Next slide. So this is something that I've been very passionate about, and it's really trying to undo some of the mistrust in the community by educating and empowering our communities to understand not only genomics and precision medicine, but really why is it good for us to do this, and doing the work of going to the community and talking to folks and educating. So these facts that I'm shared with you, sharing that with as broad of a group as possible, and being what we call an honest broker. I'm from the community. This is my community. So I really want to communicate this to you, not only as a scientist, but as a person of color, and really impress upon you why we need to do this. So before the pandemic, before COVID, my group, the Faith-Based Genetic Research Institute, was founded as a nonprofit that we were going to different churches and having symposiums on Saturday mornings as part of health ministries, et cetera, talking about genetics and health. And we were going all around the country, gathering steam, and then COVID hit and kind of slowed us down a bit. But now that we're coming out of the pandemic, I'm so excited to be working with NIH, all of us, to kind of get these messages out and working with programs like Rooted in Resilience to get the messaging out to our people of why we need to participate. Next slide. And I wanted to really focus on my why, because that's what I implore every one of us to think about. What is your why for doing this? And genetics is the most personal of things that you can find out about yourself. And that goes doubly for me. Next slide. This was me 47 years ago, actually 48 years ago now. I'm getting a little older, but this is me. This is my mom and dad on their wedding day. And you might think they were in an African village, but they were actually in Malcolm X Park in Washington, D.C. And my genetics started with them. And before them are our African ancestors and other ancestors that really created me as a being from them. So I'm getting my DNA from them. And my inspiration to go in science, next slide, actually came from my grandmother. My grandmother, 40 years ago, was the first person to teach me about the lab, because she was a scientist. She was one of those hidden figures, in this case, in the lab world, of African-American women. Definitely my shiro in this regard, because she's an unsung hero. She did cancer research for over 30 years. At the National Cancer Institute and at the Navy Medical Hospital, and was the first person to inspire me to even start talking about science. She literally put a pipetter in my hand, showed me how to work with DNA, and I knew about cancer cells, when I was a 9 and 10-year-old boy. And that love of science has stuck with me ever since. Next slide. And this is my passion. I still love working in the lab and talking about science because it's so fundamental and important to what we are and who we are as a species of humans and what we're going to be able to do. Next slide. And central to my why in my DNA, really for me, it is my children. And it's a picture of my two sons, Logan and Sam. This is why I want to understand my genetics, to not only understand where I came from, some different origins and genetic ancestry that you can do, to understand your African heritage and your other heritage. Many of us as African Americans also have admixture with Caucasian as well as Native American or Asian DNA. So it's important to understand that, but I really want to understand what's in my DNA in order to help my kids understand what they might be susceptible to. And I think that should be the driver for us, because it's really going to impact not only our personal health, but also the health of our children. So I would implore everyone to think about it in those terms. And then next slide. Just to drive the point home about the diversity is that we were mentioning the minority population. Diversity is growing in the US, but also globally. The world is getting more Black and brown. And if you look at the US under 16 population, we are already a majority minority country. So genomics research has to keep pace with this growth if we want to understand genetics and genomics to help us deliver medicines and products that truly work for all. So we not only will see this in our lifetimes if we live long enough, within the next 30 to 40 years, where those groups that were considered minorities for the last several hundred years will become the majority population in this country. It's also happening all over the world. So I think this is something that we need to just, everyone needs to contribute to. And next slide. Not only because it's the right thing to do, but because it's good science. The researchers out there like myself that are trying to develop diagnostics and tests and cures need to make sure that those diagnostics and tests and cures work for everybody, because we want to reduce disease burden across the world, right? And I don't care if it's COVID or if it's cancer. We want to eliminate it because it hurts us. And if it hurts one of us, it hurts all of us. And so I think that that's the most important thing. And the All of Us program is a great opportunity to participate in growing our knowledge base, not only for you and your personal family, but also for our community, our global community, and making sure that we have more people of color, non-European data in there is going to be so vital to helping us do this good science. Next slide. I will stop there and thank you for your time and take any questions.
All right, that was amazing, Dr. Cunningham. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. We do have some questions for you, so we will shoot those off to you. The first one is, what encouraging words will you give to emerging scientists / researchers?
I would say get into science, stay in the fight, because one of the things I've learned as a person of color, a Black person who grew up, we didn't have a lot of money, we didn't have a lot of resources, but we had a lot of grit and determination, and that helps me in the lab. When I think about the times that we had tough times, paying the rent or doing whatever, I looked at how resourceful my mom was and my grandma was. That kind of level of resourcefulness is what you need in the lab, because most of the times your experiments don't work, and so you need to figure out what to do in order to stay persistent. So I would say stay with it, because this is a growing area. And then the other reason I would say in science and STEM jobs, there's a lot of data out there showing that STEM jobs are some of the more higher paying jobs. And when I think about what people like bioinformatics professionals make, those are the people that combine computer science with the genetics. These folks make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, trust me. And I would say certainly go into these careers, because they're not only good for your family, but good for the world.
Love it. So you have resilience.
Yes.
I love it. Okay, the next question is, how is genome sequencing advantageous for the Black-Brown community? So how is that advantageous for the Black and Brown community?
Because where we are right now, we're really our knowledge of African ancestry and DNA is really at an early point, because we've been so not studied, right? Our group hasn't really been studied as much. And that's a form of disparity, in my opinion. We often talk about health disparities. So that's knowledge we don't have. And I often quote the book of Hosea. Again, I'm a man of God. My people perish for lack of knowledge. Right now, we lack knowledge of our DNA. We need that. And I think that that's the number one reason, is if we don't understand that, then not only are African Americans and people of African, more immediate African ancestry, people in Africa are more at risk, but because everyone emerged from the continent of Africa, understanding African genetics helps us understand everybody's genetics better. And that, I think that goes missed a lot. We often think about just the benefit to us. That's the benefit for the world too, right? Because we were a founder population. That means our ancestors in Africa were the founding population of all humans.
I love it. I love how you have integrated your two passions, it seems, your passion for research as well as your passion for the faith. And part of our tour is with the church. So we have on Sunday, we'll be working with churches as well. So what can churches do to bring this, because this information isn't being preached in the pulpit. So how can we partner with churches, or what should churches be doing to increase that pipeline to research and science for our young people?
Well, I think churches have a vital role to play here, because as you know, the church for us historically in this country, African Americans, has been a source of trusted information. And we look to our pastors and our clergy and our spiritual leaders to give us good advice, not only on living, but all throughout everything that we're considering. So when I think about the role that health ministries play in churches, having this kind of information being able to be distributed by health ministries is really important. Just like we do blood drives and things like that, and prostate screenings and breast cancer screenings at different health things. This is really important for the church. And I think part of our job, what we're trying to do with the Faith-Based Genetic Research Institute is educate more clergy to talk about some of these things. I know you when you were introducing me, you were using a lot of big words, right? A lot of the science, it's a lot of big words. And it's, sometimes it can be intimidating for folks who don't know what those big words are. But that's where people like myself come in to help decipher, what is a neurodegenerative disease? What is a single nucleotide polymorphism? And what does it mean? And why is it important for your health? So I think some of this communication and outreach will need to happen to educate the clergy to be able to do that. And I've seen in my own interactions with the folks that are part of FPGRI, I've seen some of the bishops and deacons after a few sessions, these are educated people. They become very much knowledgeable in this field and can actually participate in distributing this information. So I see it as vitally important, the role of the church.
I love it. You have more questions. So, can genetic codes be broken throughout generations?
Well, I'm not sure how to interpret that question. The genetic code is pretty much what it is, right? Like the genetic code is really what bases encode what amino acids, et cetera, and what proteins. But what you'll see throughout generations are mutations. So we are constantly accumulating mutations, right? So as you age, your DNA gets damaged due to environment and diet and different things, and you'll get different mutations. Now, most of those mutations don't do anything to you. They're called inert. They don't really hurt you. But every now and then, you'll make a mutation in something that you need, like a gene that tells your cells not to become cancer, right? Or a gene that tells your cells not to be diabetic, right? You can sometimes get those mutations and acquire a condition. So you want to understand what your baseline was, like, what you inherited from your parents, but then things will still happen over time, and not everything gets passed on. That area of ancestral genetics is a really hot area of discovery, because we don't really super well understand how well all that happens. And so I think that we certainly inherit certain mutations from our parents, some beneficial and some not. But it's kind of like the rhyme or reason to that. If they don't provide a selective advantage right? It's often harder to distinguish which ones always come through. So a very active area of research, but we definitely get genetics passed on from our ancestors.
Okay, so next question. What practical ways might we use this information in addressing everyday health concerns and disparities in our families and our communities?
So I think things like understanding what's your risk for cancer. I mean, there's certain genotypes we can tell if you have a mutation in your ATM gene, right? This is a gene that's involved in many different cancers. You're going to be at high risk. If you have a mutation in BRCA1 that maybe hadn't been described, then you might be at greater risk for breast cancer. And so that's why it's so important for us to do this work, because we're still, as scientists, gathering all that information to see what mutations lead to what diseases. And that's why doing 1 million is so important, at least, because you need a high number to make the statistics more meaningful, right? To say that you have a statistical probability to really get that. So it will help us in many ways. I mean, and it's also help you in your own health care. So I'll give you an example. When I did my DNA sequence, I found out, and I've had my whole genome sequence, I have several kind of interesting mutations. I have one that predisposes me to have fast twitch muscle, more fast twitch than slow twitch. So that kind of explains why I've been fast, right? Like I can run pretty fast. I was a pretty good athlete and more of a sprinter. And my sons seem to have that trait too. They're pretty fast, right? But then I have another mutation in one of my liver enzymes that makes me metabolize certain drugs more slowly. So that means I'd have to have a much higher dose if I ever got prescribed those drugs. So I like being able to know that. So I would be able to go to my doctor with that information and say, hey, look, you're going to have to adjust my doses most likely because I've got this genotype for this liver enzyme. So knowing different things about you will be helpful to help you plan out, your strategy for maintaining your health. It's just another data point, just like you would have for blood pressure or something else. But it's a very important data point because it can be very informative for your healthcare provider.
That is so amazing. I actually, when my breast cancer came back the second time, I had the genome test done, and they found that it wasn't hereditary. And my mother, my father, aunts and uncles, all these people in my family died of cancer. Even my first husband died of cancer. But what they did found, like, it was the environment, which is another thing that you have to look at all the things to figure out, what's going on with you. So all of us research program, again, I learned all this through being a part of this program. Like, okay, that's the thing. So that is just fascinated by you being a sprinter. I wonder if that's why I can dance so well, if I got that genome dance thing going. Like
those mutations tend to track in some parts of Western Africa where many of our ancestors came from. So I think things like, some of the things you observe, maybe it doesn't describe all of it. That's not to say that if you don't have a mutation, you can't be fast, but there are certain things like that are out there. And what I would say about your cancer piece, you're absolutely right. I'll teach the folks another big word called epigenetic. You may hear that. That's actually the effect of the environment on your DNA. And so every now and then you can get these mutations that happen because of the environment, and then they can sometimes do bad things like cause cancer if they happen in genes that you need in your body to tell your cells not to be cancer, right? And so that happens. We acquire mutations, and understanding that better will be very helpful for all of us.
Great. So we have more questions. Curious people out there. Keep them coming, y'all. So this question is, how do we improve the confidence that we are not being used for others' benefits?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I really feel that. I understand that. Even as a person of science, the most distrust I get with people is about how they're going to use my data. Well, and that's real. And so my answer to that would be, first, we need to have more people of color actually doing the research. So if I'm getting your data as a person of color, if I'm a researcher using your data, I'm not going to harm you, because that'd be like harming me, right? And then the second piece would be that, a lot of this information becomes de-identified, where your name is taken off of it, but just, the factors about your clinical data and all of that stuff remain for the researchers to be able to make these associations. And that's okay, because I can tell you, as someone who sequenced a lot of DNA, when I sequence a person's DNA, if I don't know anything really more specific about them, like their name and all that other stuff, then all I know that their health conditions, I can still make some really good observations that helps the medical field, but I'm not really going to be able to do anything to harm them, you know? So I think some of that fear is a little bit overblown. And I think if we have ways to really de-identify this information, which many of these studies do, then it's more safe, in my opinion.
Yeah. Wow. This was so amazing, but we have run out of time. We have to do this again, Dr. Cunningham. I want to thank you for bringing your knowledge, your frontal lobe, all those things. You are, and I want to tell everybody this, everybody on Zoom, everybody that's watching this, you are my secret research crush. You're it. You're it. You're the man. So, but no, thank you so much. Thank you for the work that you're doing within the community. And we're going to have to do this again sometime because we just can't stop here. You have too much going on, too much knowledge for us.
Love to do it. And everybody go out and participate in all of us so you can help all of us. Let's go.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Thank you. And you have a wonderful rest of the symposium here.
I will. I will.
All
awesome.
righty.
Thank you.
Okay, look, bye-bye. All right, everybody. You got some knowledge there. There was a lot of information. He said it's all in the DNA. Somebody needs to do a rap song about that. It's all about your DNA. This was amazing. Again, he talked a lot about the All of Us research program. So you need to go to learn more about the program. Go to the website. We're going to put it in the chat. Join All of Us. I'm waiting because it's in the chat. Join All of Us. Go. Join All of Us. And it's /together. I'm giving you a chance to do that. And then also, wait a minute, I'm going to do this. I'm going to take my photo so I can get on the photo wall, the wall of fame. I want you to take your cameras out, take your picture. And you know, you have the QR code to go back and put it up, put your picture up. We're going to show those pictures. We want you to be a part of the DMV Wall of Fame. Yes, take your picture. See, you can do all kinds of views like that. Look at that. You do you. All right. This is so good. Next up, oh my goodness. Y'all are in for some fire right now. Some more knowledge. A wonderful individual is going to come and share. We talked about the hub. She's going to come and share about the research hub with the All of Us research program. She is amazing to the 19th power. She actually serves as our engagement counselor with the All of Us research program. So she works directly with the BGLC. She is just amazing. That's all I can say. Dr. Cruz Craig, mind works faster than I talk. Like, she just be going. She never turns off. Never turns off. But she is amazing. She has this knowledge. We want you to gain the knowledge. So I'm going to bring to the stage my friend, my colleague, my love. I love this woman more than life itself. She's amazing. Dr. Johnny Cruz Craig. Give it to us, Dr. Craig.
Hey, JJ.
Hey.
Hey, everybody. If you're out there, please share. Please share. Invite some people onto these platforms. Get into the room. Thank you so much, JJ, for the introduction. I was mesmerized by Dr. Tashaka Cunningham's information, and it leads so well into what we're going to talk about opportunities in the research space in All of Us, and some other ones that we'll share today as well. So thank you so much. I want to get started because I only have a short bit of time, but a lot of information. So y'all get ready to get on this train and roll with me. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? All right. So when the presentation come up, it says, All of Us research opportunities, data browser, and research workbench. So with that, we're going to talk about why it's important to have a diversification in the researchers' workforce, and how they can get on the browser, what that looks like, and things of that nature. So if we can go to the next slide. All right, awesome. So the big picture here is that we only will be successful if we ensure diversity of our participant cohort as well as our researcher cohort. We want to engage diverse communities, not only as informed participants, but as researchers. So we have to have people in the database as well as doing the research from the database, if that makes sense. So All of Us is committed to creating a demographically diverse research cohort who can promote ethical use, Ethical is a very important word there. Ethical use of the data and generate outcomes that return greatest value to our participant communities. We are committed to encouraging students and early career investigators to bring fresh, creative perspectives and propel innovative research outcomes. We are committed to ensuring access for researchers from all institutions, organizations, types, so that we are truly building an equitable resource. So we're going to move forward to the next slide and look at the promise for researchers. Like if you're in that field, if you're an emerging researcher, what is the promise for you? There's an opportunity to save time. Dr. Tashaka broke it down and he said 10 years ago, it took 10 years to do a genome sequencing. Today, you can do it in 48 hours. So this promise for researchers is that acceleration. It's to get access to these data sets quicker by doing queries in this database is going to have 1 million or more people. Not so much as having to go out and find those people. So you have all the engineering and the robust computing and analytic tools for the environment. So you can see that there's a lot of promise and a lot of benefits for the researchers, as well as for the participants. So we'll move forward and look at what the All of Us research program, what that research pace looks like, how it works. All of Us research and how it works. So there's a graphic that'll come up soon that says, number one, it tells you what the participants do, and it just shows you the process and how it works. So if you're interested, I would say, go to the link that will be put in the chat and learn more about this researcher side of All of Us, because there's many opportunities. This is a historic program, and the opportunities you need to latch on to now if you're an emerging investigator, researcher at a university, a HBCU, and understand this process. Understand how the research bench works. Understand how to get your school registered so that your staff that are researchers can get into that data and do the work. So I want to move forward and get deeper into the Research Hub and share more opportunities for researchers. Next, you're going to see a video to sort of tell you more about the Research Hub, and then I'll come back and give you a little bit more information.
The All of Us research program is a national effort to create the most in-depth and largest study that has ever been done. A resource that has more diversity, more clinical data, and more genetic data than any other resource that has ever been created.
If you are a researcher that wants to look at diverse populations, participating in the All of Us Researcher Workbench is where you're able to do that.
We're combining both biological data with data around social determinants of health and environmental and lifestyle.
Things like healthcare access, socioeconomic status.
We're getting ready to expand the data set to include genomic data on a large number of our participants and some data around the COVID-19 crisis. And over time, the data will expand and get richer, and it will start to track the lifespan of individuals in our study.
I was very interested in the diversity of the patients and individuals who are represented in the database.
Latinx communities, African American communities, all of which are underserved with respect to research.
And that data has undergone some transformation to ensure privacy protections are in place for participants.
It's not complete if we don't also really emphasize the access to the data and that the communities themselves can, represent their own health outcomes and interests through researchers from within those communities.
Certain communities may carry a disproportionate burden of disease, but without researchers from those same communities being able to ask the most relevant questions or being able to access that kind of data, it can be very difficult to make advancements.
We know how important it is for our populations to be involved in this research.
A researcher can get access to the tools and the data they need to conduct a project with our resources in as little as 2 hours once their institutional data use agreement is signed.
There's a publicly available data browser to see whether All of Us offers data related to the condition or populations of interest to that particular researcher.
We're building this for researchers from across the spectrum, from all levels of their career, from all institutions. We're bringing them to the table, we're designing it with them.
Anytime I asked a question, the support team would get back to me very quickly. They're adaptive and responsive to feedback.
It's key to understanding how we can improve, what data elements we should consider prioritizing, what analytical tools we should consider prioritizing.
It's really critical that we bring folks to the data, make it easy and accessible to them, and allow all of the brightest minds within this country to be able to ask the questions that are so important.
Collaboration is absolutely critical. It opens new doors and creates new ideas, new perceptions, and new interpretations of data.
We're creating a community of researchers. Our data set could be the place that people meet.
That was the aha moment, is that my idea doesn't have to stop with me. Even if I may not be the person that does the analysis or knows how to do all of those sort of things, I do have the idea. I have the concept. And so I feel like that collaboration between researcher and with a community base, as I call myself, researcher, that science team is very, very important for our communities.
I look forward to seeing more opportunities where we can leverage the interest of our research community as well as things that are going on that may affect our participants.
The promise here is equitable access to data, equitable access to information that can help in the careers of researchers with the most diverse and participant-forward precision health study to date.
The All of Us research program will be the first step in generating new discoveries that will translate into patient care.
So at this moment, after hearing that, and even hearing Dr. Tashaka and JJ, you should be thinking, how can I get access to this data? How can I get access? Well, there's some tiered levels that are in place for the data. You have a public tier. Anybody can go to the data browser. That link should go in the chat for you. Anybody can go to that data browser for the public tier and see a certain level of data. So if you're a community scientist or somebody just want to go in and do some queries to see what's there, you have that access. Also, there's another tier, which is a little higher, more controlled, is a registered tier. This tier, you can get access to more data, more extensive and deeper data, but that's through what they call a DORA, which means your university, your organization has to go through a process and become registered for the workbench. And then if you're associated with them, you get access to the data through them using the email address that is connected to them. So that is the registered tier. And on that tier, you already have active projects going on from the data. So things are already in place, it's already going. And I'll share a little bit of that with you here in a second. Also, the highest tier is the controlled tier, which just got released. It just happened, like it's fresh. And it's an infographic on the BGLC link tree. If you are interested, go to that link tree, go down towards the bottom and get that infographic so that you can see what this controlled tier is. And this actually brings in what Dr. Tashaka was talking about, because they sequenced several genomes at this point, lots of them, I think over 1,000 if I'm not mistaken. And a lot of them, this infographic will share with you that it is for 80% from underserved communities, 50% race and ethnicity, Black and brown. So it's happening, right? We've talked about it, but it is happening right now. And you can be a part of all of this historical movement, accelerating the healthcare and getting to more precise medicine. Next slide, please. So now we talked about the tiered access and how you get there, the Research Hub website. These are just some snapshots to show you what it looks like. It's researchallofus.org is the online platform where researchers can access all of us data. The next couple of slides will give you a brief overview of current stuff. And this is from December 2020, early this year, but we'll look at some of that, look at some of the data snapshots, the browser, Survey Explorer, especially for those that are in research, that are looking for data to start manipulating and looking at some things to see what you come up with. Next slide, please. So the Research Hub components, again, I talked about the public access and I talked about the restricted access. The public side, you have that data browser that anybody can get to, the data snapshots anyone can get to, the Survey Explorer, and also a help desk. I believe the video shared that, you know, if you get into this workbench, you have questions, they're very open to assisting when you send inquiries in. The restricted area gives you the data dictionary, concept set selector, cohort builder, notebooks, and help desk. Next slide, please. This is just a snapshot of the data browser to show you what it looks like. It is definitely an interactive tool. I suggest to go in there, click the link that they're putting in the chat and see what it looks like. Do a couple queries and see what comes up for you. The data browser allows interested researchers to begin exploring the All of Us data. So get started with that today. Next slide, please. This is just another quick look at the data browser. Next slide. Here, I'm showing you a couple of how you get to the active project. So say you're interested in mental health, which we are very interested in mental health with Black Greek Letter Consortium, okay? But say you're interested in that, or you're interested in diabetes or high blood pressure or cholesterol, any of those things, obesity, you can go in and look at this researcher's project directory and query to see what active projects are going on right now, to see if any of it aligns to your passions, to your current work, where you want to go. To the right, you'll see a glimpse of the mental health data in All of Us. I told you, BGLC is serious about mental health. We are very serious about mental health. And the All of Us data brings forth a lot of information. And so a couple of just snapshots here to show you a glimpse of that. You have here the types of available data in there according to mental health. So it shows example of mood disorders. You can get that in the data browser. Next slide, please. You have also example of mood disorder in the data browser that leads into questions about, excuse me, it's hard for me to see it. You have things about schizophrenia. It talks about the COPE survey, the glimpse on the right, because the COPE survey was a huge part of the All of Us research program, and the participants were able to complete that COPE survey to give insights of their life, especially during the pandemic. March 2020, when we went into the pandemic and everybody had to go inside, the COPE survey gave a lot of data, and that is in the data browser. Next slide, please. Here you have some data that shows you how the UBR community responded to the COPE survey. And so you can see all of these on the link that's going into the chat for you to look at how the All of Us research program is looking at the data through that mental health lens, which we believe is very, 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 very important. All right, next slide. This is the workspace slide that's going to come up. This is where people are registered and they're on the workbench and they create their workspace. So they create what they want to work around, what they want to work with by doing queries, and they can have this space to work with that data. Next slide. They have tools inside of the workbench to build cohorts and data sets. So you see sort of how that looks once you're in as a registered user. This is not through the data browser. This is at that next level of registered user where you have to be connected to a university or organization that are registered as a doula. Next slide, please. Here's some of the latest data you can see by going to the links that are being put in the chat as well. We can go on to the next slide. I want to get into some opportunities for these researchers, emerging researchers, people that's already in the research field, people doing all the work, all, like JJ say, all the things, all the things. All right, so the next slide, the All of Us Researchers Convention. JJ talked about this already, so I'm not gonna take a lot of time to talk about it, but I will reiterate, it's important. And I will take this privilege to say that BGLC piloted the Minority Student Research Symposium last year, and it was amazing. It is an amazing opportunity for anybody, researcher or not, come register. The link should be being put in the chat for you right now. Register and come into the All of Us research programs, MSRS, and see what it's all about. This is an opportunity to get into the space where you can grow exponentially as a scientist, as a researcher. So get into these spaces. JJ talked about the Science Day, which is also the next day. So if you can do both, but I would really, 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 really encourage you to pop into that Minority Student Research Symposium. You're gonna see some of those people from last year, some of the students share some of their testimonies. Next slide just tells you what MSRS is. I'm not going to go into that. Next slide, please. And we're gonna go on down to some of these testimonies from last year. So what you're gonna see on the next 4 slides are participants that were a part of the Minority Student Research Symposium last year. And you'll see at the bottom, the branding was a little different, but it's been scaled, and we're grateful for that because now more people in our Black and Brown communities will learn about this, can get a part of this, and into other communities that are underrepresented as well. So here you have Shaquania Samuel. I'm not gonna read this to you, but you can see it. She sort of gave an impact statement of how MSRS affected her. Next slide, please. You're going to see our second place winner, and Shaquania was the first place winner in the graduate category. The second place winner was Atia Shaheed, who is very, very, very engaged in the MSRS this year. So she shares with you her impact statement. You can read that on your own as well. Next slide, please. We have Amber Maria Sierra, who was the first place in undergraduate winner. So she did her poster using the All of Us data, all of them did, and she got first place in undergraduate. And the last graphic here we'll show you is from Leslie DeJesus, who is also, she was a student at the University of District of Columbia, one of our partners today on HBCU. And her say, you're capable, you belong here, your people need you. So that's what we heard a lot in MSRS last year. It was a space that was safe for minority students to come in and talk to scientists and people that's on the journey in which they hope to go, gain mentorship and things of that nature. So it's a wonderful program. And if you're not in it this year, that's okay. It's stuff on the website where you can connect to get information for next year, but get into the space. Get into the space, get the mentorship, get in there, learn how to get to that data, learn some of the programming for the data, because Dr. Tashaka told you about them hundreds of thousands that those people are making over there. Yeah, that's y'all. That's us. We can do that, okay? So let's get into the space so we can do that. Next slide, please. Science Day we talked about is on that same registration that's in the link for MSRS, so we can move to the next slide. Call to action, register, 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 register to attend. I hope to see you there. Please come to the MSRS and join in and see what's going on. There's also some social medias that's going around. Please feel free to share that social media out when you see it about MSRS. And anybody that you know that's interested in this stuff that's real, this stuff that's futuristic for us, let them know what's going on and invite them. Next slide, please. Another opportunity that I want to share with you is a research pathway opportunity. It's not an All of Us opportunity. It's tied to the University of Chicago, the Cancer Center at Illinois. They're looking for some postdoctoral students to do some work, and they have some funds tied to this opportunity. So these are some of the bullets of what it is. It says they're accepting applicants for this postdoc fellowship, cancer science and engineering track. Read about this. The link should be going into the chat. If this is you and you qualify and meet those requirements, apply. Apply. What can you get but a no? But what if you get a yes? Apply. This is the way that you get into those pathways and those lanes, creating these strong, sustainable pipelines for researcher diversification. So when you see opportunities, don't sleep on them. Go forward, go forth and apply for them. If you need help, find someone in your space at your school that can help you. Everybody is rooting for us. And if you need us to help you get there, let us know. Next slide, please. So the conclusions from all of this that I said today: assembling the largest, richest biomedical data set of its kind with plans for genomic data and comprehensive clinical information, successfully engaging participants as partners, new data types continuing to be rolled out, ancillary studies of specific populations or disease states possible. I want to highlight an ancillary study here that is big from all of us. You know, when we went into COVID in March 2020, you know, they said COVID had sort of just come in. Well, the All of Us research program, one of their ancillary studies basically showed that there were serums were in this country way before then. So if you haven't read that, I would say go get that if that's your thing. Go read about that because it is definitely eye-opening and awing. And lastly, we will facilitate research across the multiple disease states and could serve as controls for disease-specific studies that lack healthy controls. So I thank you so much for joining in here today. We won't have any questions for this section, but there's so much on the links. If you want to know, it is there for you. And I will pass it back to JJ and thank you for the opportunity to share.
No, thank you, Dr. Johnny. What I hear today, the word for today is opportunity. Opportunity, opportunity, opportunity for what Dr. Johnny called a historical movement. Be a part of that thing, because when you're a part of that thing, the opportunity for your health is better. Health is great. Your family genetic is great. All of that is great, but you got to make the step. And when you're provided opportunities and you don't take the step, whose fault is that? Just saying. Whose fault is that? So thank you so much, Dr. Johnny Cruz Craig. We appreciate you. And you gave a lot of information. Again, if you want to learn more about the All of Us research program, go to the website, click it, go to the website. We want you to be a part of this wonderful movement, historical movement. I love that term Dr. Johnny just coined. So, wow, a lot. Inhale, everybody, inhale, release, inhale and release, because we're going to move forward today. Dr. Johnny kind of mentioned one of the partners that we're partnering with today are 2 HBCUs that we're having the privilege to work with today, Bowie State University and the University of the District of Columbia. And so with that, we have 2 wonderful individuals. Everybody's wonderful today because they have taken up their time to provide you with information that can be helpful to you and your family and to our community. So we have 2 wonderful individuals from Bowie State. They're going to come and share their researcher experience and a very effective model used at Bowie for student researchers. So they're going to speak to their why. Diversification is a must to align to how they are working to diversify through programming. So I am honored and privileged to have both Dr. Emery Perkins and Clarissa Smith that's going to be joining us to share with us what's going on at Bowie State University. So we're going to bring them aboard so they can start sharing. And again, as they're speaking, you have questions, please put them in the chat and we'll save your questions to after their presentation. So welcome.
Yes, can you guys see me, hear me? I guess you can, yes. Yes, I'm Emery Perkins, an associate professor at Bowie State University in the Department of Social Work. And so today we will talk to you all about our SERI program. And SERI stands for Summer Undergraduate Research Institute. And it's one of Bowie State University's capstone programs and an excellent research model framework designed to prepare and train our undergraduate students for cutting edge research for the nation and global community. Just give you some brief history about the Summer Undergraduate Research Institute. The Institute actually was originated fall of 2015 to provide students across the campus with opportunities to engage in faculty-led research. So oftentimes when we try to engage students are very intimidated with the research process, but we let them know that the research is not yours, it's the faculty members, and we're going to invite you to become a part of that process. This SERI project is a project associated with what is called the Educational Innovation Initiative, E1 Squared. It's a 9-week program where faculty members engage and entrench students in the research process. Eligible undergraduate students at Bowie State University are allowed to engage in a 9-week, non-academic credit, highly structured research experience in addition to their regular course load. Just wanted to provide you with some statistics on the summer undergraduate research. From 2015 until fall, spring 22, a total of 354 students have been mentored by the faculty at Bowie State University, and more than 155 faculty mentors have been involved with the SERI program thus far, not including summer 2022, because those applications or proposals are due by April the 1st. And so those numbers are not a part of what the percentage of faculty members who have participated thus far. But our students have co-authored articles with their faculty mentors in peer-reviewed journals, and they have presented at local, national, and international conferences. Some of the objectives of the SERI program are to prepare students to develop new innovations and research across the campus. So our students are afforded an opportunity to facilitate biomedical and research in the social sciences areas, to help students develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills, to prepare and provide students with information about graduate school, and to give students support and guidance who wants to pursue a career in research and teaching, and specifically to mitigate the student fears of pursuing a doctorate in their chosen disciplines. Next slide, please. Just a brief overview of the program. The Bowie State University Series Program provides to qualified undergraduate students enrolled at Bowie State University full-time an original research or creative work opportunity under the guidance of a faculty mentor that supports faculty-based research. At the conclusion of the 9 weeks, students and faculty will participate in a research symposium and present oral presentation based upon their research. And in addition to presenting at the research symposium, students are also encouraged to prepare and present posters at the Grants and Research Expo in April of each academic year. Series summer sessions provide each eligible student with a stipend, and there's also a minimum stipend for semester-based research. Faculty members also receive a stipend for mentoring the students. Next slide, please. There are, of course, eligibility requirements for faculty and staff. Faculty and staff are eligible to participate, to submit a proposal to the Undergraduate Research Institute. Approval is subject to merit. Some merit criteria include must be a faculty or staff at Bowie State University. Faculty and staff should have evidence of research writings and methodologies. Faculty and staff must have a proven track record of working with and supervising students. Faculty and staff must be able to commit to required time when working with the series program. Next slide, please. Eligibility requirements for students. Students must be degree-seeking undergraduates at Bowie State University in their freshman, sophomore, or junior years at the time of the application. Student must be enrolled full-time in a degree-seeking programs. A faculty, as a part of the research team, must select students and submit a letter of recommendation on behalf of that particular student or students. Students must commit to devote full-time effort to the project and participate in all components of the program throughout the semester. And finally, student must have a GPA of at least 2.5 in order to be considered as an applicant for this Undergraduate Research Institute at Bowie State University. So I've given you an overview of Bowie State University series program. And of course, Bowie State, as one of the oldest HBCU in the state of Maryland, is committed to preparing our students for the 21st century and giving them an opportunity to participate in empirical research with a faculty member. So with that, I would invite Mrs. Carissa Smith, a former research ambassador and a serious scholar, to speak to her lived experiences related to the series program.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Clarissa Smith, and I am a junior social work student at Bowie State University. So I know Dr. Perkins just gave an overview about Surrey, so I just want to share some of my experience participating in the program. Before participating in Surrey, it really introduced me to how important research is in general. I feel like I never had true exposure to research besides reading articles and the basics, but it really introduced me to being able to understand the research process and really get involved, and also just understanding that there's so much. I know people have mentioned this too during this session, but just so much opportunity and so much to learn in research. So as Dr. Perkins was sharing with Surrey, it's semester-based and then it's also summer-based. So I participated in it twice with Dr. Perkins as my mentor. And it really gave me the opportunity to just learn about the process. It was very eye-opening. And initially engaging my career path or my options were definitely different. But in getting involved in research and understanding how important research actually is, it definitely made me want to go into research and continue to conduct research, just learning more about the process as I go on my path. So as a Surrey ambassador, which was fall of 2021, I was able to participate in inviting other students and encouraging students to engage in research, to learn about the different opportunities. How I got involved in Surrey was actually just hearing about it in class, because a lot of stuff has been virtual with COVID. So actually in one of Dr. Perkins' classes, he mentioned the opportunity and I reached out so I can get involved. And before that, I never really knew that there was research going on campus. So in getting engaged in that, I wanted to share with other students that there are opportunities for research, that there's opportunities for research in our communities. And not only that, but honestly, before being engaged in Surrey, my mentality of what research is was just very, very minimal and very, very narrow. And being a social work student, it was very refreshing to see the impact that research can actually have in the population that I'm working with or going to be moving forward to work with, because ultimately research is what impacts the policies, all the protocol procedures that impact our vulnerable communities and our communities in general. So I just had opportunities to be able to share that with other students. And of course, just getting involved in topics. We conducted research on the risk-taking behaviors associated with the HIV positive and negative status of African-American women, as well as some research on the social determinants with COVID-19. And just also one thing I want to add to, in doing research that was new and it through Surrey and important for me as well, was identifying the gaps that are in research and being able to understand the limits associated with it. And there's always a question that could be answered, questions that need to be answered, that we need to be involved in actually answering. So yeah, it's just a great opportunity, and I'm so grateful to be able to have participated in Surrey and hope to be able to continue participating in Surrey and doing research long term, because it's so fascinating, and again, it's just so eye-opening. So yes, I just wanted to share some of that experience and just also encourage anybody out there to get involved in research. Just take a step out there, take a step on the limb, because there probably is research needed in whatever field or whatever interest that you might have. Just take the opportunity, and it's a chance to grow, to gain some knowledge, and to help other people gain some knowledge as well. So thank you guys for letting me share my experience.
Perkins, were you saying something? I think you're muted.
I was just saying thanks for letting me share my experience in closing.
Yes, any questions, comments?
Yes, we have questions. So thank you to both of you. The first question is for you, Dr. Perkins, and that is, how were you able to fund this program?
The program is actually funded through a program at the university. So the university has allocated money in order to fund the semester-based research and as well as the summer.
Okay, great. Another question that we have is, what advice would you share with other HBCUs that are looking to have this type of program on their campus?
Well, based upon having, taking students to present at local and national conferences, and particularly with some of the PWIs involved in those conferences, when we talk about our serial model, they're really, really, really surprised that we prepare undergraduate students to facilitate empirical research. Because as I was telling my students at Bowie State University, as an undergraduate student, I didn't have this experience. As a master's level student at Howard University, I didn't have this experience. So we're trying to market our serial program and encourage other HBCUs and other colleges to institute such a model, because it is an effective model. And it's one of those models that really, again, mitigate fears related to students pursuing their doctorates in their chosen fields. So once students successfully complete a serial program, then they're ready to conquer the entire world, and they're real motivated and interested in knowing what the research experience is all about. All those students in the social program at Bowie State University, since we are accredited by the Council on Social Education, our students have to take a course in research, and other students under the College of Professional Studies, in which I'm a part, the nursing program, the behavior science program, and the psychology program, those students also take a course in research. So again, Bowie State is out front in preparing students to participate in research.
Amazing. This question is actually for Clarissa. Clarissa.
Yes.
So your question is, how do your peers respond to your pathway as a researcher?
I would say people are generally interested, because I always like to share about just again, it being eye-opening. So people always have questions about how they can get engaged or how it can be related to them. So I feel like people respond really, really well. A lot of times, like at least from my experience and just personally, there seems to be sometimes a misconception with research, which I also had, of just research is just isolated to specific areas, and it's not. So that's the part that people always have questions about and always want to know about. And specifically being a social work student, just understanding what are some of the options, like how do you engage in research through social work? How does that happen? So generally I share about the research that I've done with Dr. Perkins, and also just sharing about different parts of the process as well. Because as somebody I think had mentioned earlier, your area might not be the statistics or the data analysis, but you can still be engaged in research. You can be a participant, you can be reviewing other research that's already existing. So those are the things that I like to share with students and that people generally have questions about.
Absolutely. And I know you talked about how this program has just broadened your interest in research. Do you see your career, where do you see your career moving forward with research? What does that look like now? I know you're focused on social work, but where do you see that? You may not be able to answer that, but I would be so interested, because I can hear the excitement in your voice when you talk about it. So where do you think that's going to go for you?
So I'm not 100% sure. I definitely know now that I want to be engaged in social work research at some capacity. I still am learning a lot. I'm actually in the social work research course right now, and I'm always asking questions, trying to identify how do you do this? How do you do that? What's SPSS, etc. So I'm not 100% sure what area it's going to go into, but I do work in the field now, like in direct service with clients, and I do like quality assurance. So I just want to try to focus on, how do I put it? Focus on identifying things in our immediate, like our community. I work in DC, in our communities, surrounding communities, vulnerable populations, doing research that can directly impact our communities and also have those voices heard. Because like I said earlier, research affects the policies, the procedures, the perceptions, things like that. So yeah.
Absolutely. I love your enthusiasm. I guess this question could be for both of you because you've been listening and hearing about the All of Us research program. Dr. Cruz Craig kind of talked about the data and workbench. So how do you see the benefits of the All of Us research data bench and workbench and the data workbench, and how can you see, particularly in this program, utilizing that resource?
Well, I can speak to that. Then Ms. Smith can feel free to do so as well. You know, one thing that's so impressive about what you guys are doing, and thank God for this opportunity, is to have access to a secondary data. Because in my research class, you know, explain to a student what is a primary data set and what is a secondary data set. And so, you know, as a university, just to have access to these databases would certainly help faculty members at Bowie State University, as well as the students, to have that data available to do analysis. Because I know in the research class, what I tried to do this semester, Ms. Smith is in my research class, I took them through the entire process of facilitating research, IRB application. Well, let me back up. Questionnaire, IRB application. And then once we get permission from the IRB board, we're going to launch a SurveyMonkey. And because this semester we're looking at the impact of COVID-19 on the HBCU community. So again, in addition to the survey program, in our research course that's taught through the Department of Social Work, our students are given this opportunity to be hands-on. And so in that way, it increases their confidence level in what research, empirical research is all about. So again, we would love to, of course, I can't make the decision, but again, our academic provost can, to have access to these already existing databases so that our students and the faculty members can have access to an already existing database.
Clarissa, do you have anything to add to that?
I definitely agree with Dr. Perkins. I think it would be beneficial. I'm definitely open-minded to any additional information or any additional pathways to the primary data, secondary data. And I wrote it down, so I would definitely be looking into it to, you know, learn a little bit more about it. So yeah, I think it would be great.
I love it. So as we begin to wind this down, I would like, do you have any encouraging words that you can provide to students that are at HBCUs about this work and being a part of research? What would be your parting words to them?
My parting words would be to get involved, get engaged, stay open-minded, and you can be, this might sound cliche, but you can be the change that you want to see. But sometimes you got to find out what the change actually needs to be, and research is a great way to do that. So get involved.
Absolutely. Dr. Perkins.
Yeah, in addition to that, again, research is very intimidating for us who have doctorates and PhDs. So you can imagine how intimidating research is for an undergraduate student who oftentimes is a sophomore or junior at the university. So, you know, I want to encourage the listening audience, and particularly students, you know, talk to your professors and just ask and inquire if they are conducting empirical research, and say, can I be a part of it? Because I think that's where it starts, as opposed to the faculty trying to reach out to you. You know, be in a position to reach out to the faculty, because that's how you're going to get involved. And again, having that hands-on experience is going to help you understand what research is all about. Because again, it's very intimidating for undergraduate students. And again, as I said earlier, I didn't have this opportunity, and I went to Payne College, which is an HBCU, to do research. So of course, when I got to Howard University, I was intimidated, I was overwhelmed. And you know, it's kind of interesting how things have evolved, particularly for me as an associate professor at Bowie State University and tenured. When I came to Bowie State University, I was very intimidated about the research process. And then we initiated the series program in 2015, and I've been involved since 2016, and now I'm teaching research. So again, it helped me as an academic professor. And so that is my job, is to pass the torch on to my undergraduate emerging scholars, because I can't keep it. So I want to prepare them and push. And I talk to Ms. Smith all the time about getting into a dual degree program with her MSW and her PhD. And I think she's beginning to think about it now, because she's really interested in research. I had the students to do a research proposal for the midterm assessment last week. We're actually on spring break. And when I read the proposal, I'm like, wow. I mean, it was a scholarly piece of work. And particularly, I've not said this to Ms. Smith and her team yet, particularly related to how they integrated the literature review for their proposed study. And so I'm looking forward for them to launch the SurveyMonkey questionnaire, analyze the data, and report the findings. And we are hoping that we'll be able to prepare a manuscript in order to have it considered to be published in a peer-reviewed journal by the end of this academic year or during the summer. That's our goal.
That is absolutely amazing. And thank you, Dr. Perkins, for contributing to the pipeline of research for our young people. So that's amazing. It's a lot of time and dedication to give as a mentor in general, but then as a mentor in research. And Clarissa, congratulations. Keep up the good work. Continue to motivate and encourage your peers to become a part, to add to that pipeline. So we want to thank you both for joining us today. You're great partners and continue to do the wonderful work. So now we are going to take a five-minute break to give you an opportunity to go to that website and learn more about the All of Us research program, so you too can be engaged and be a part. We're going to put the link in the chat so you can go directly there. Go find out more about it. Go to that next page, because I know you're already on there because you've been following directions. So wonderful. So we're going to be back in five minutes.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. 5 minutes. When I said 5, I meant 5. So I guess you got your drinks, you got whatever you needed, and you went to their website, right? You went to the All of Us Research website, right? To check it out. You're going to have to do that. You're going to have to do that. Go to the All of Us Research program to learn more about the program. And I hope that you also took your photo, because we want some, you know, Dr. Johnny talked about history. We want to have a historical record of this day, and you are a part of this day. So we want you to go to that photo booth and take that snapshot so we can have that as our historical record of the day. All right, do that. Okay, next up, we have more knowledge, more power. Knowledge is power, and we're going to keep bringing the power on to you for today because we are rooted in resilience. And part of this tour, this 3-day tour, is working with HBCUs in the area. And we've heard from Bowie, and now we're going to hear from our partners at University of District of Columbia. The University of District of Columbia is going to come and share about their research journey and the active research that's happening on their campus. So we are pleased and excited to have 2 wonderful individuals to come and share their stories with us and their work that they're doing at the University of the District of Columbia. That's a tongue twister as well. And we have today Victoria Revelle, and she is in public health, is a public health practitioner. And we also have Dr. Ferroni, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, Dr. Ferroni Jackson, and she's a professor at the University of District of Columbia and a public health advocate that's going to be joining us today. So we're glad that you're here today. Welcome. And I'm going to step back so you can share that knowledge to the people.
Dr. Benjamin E. Mays once said, "I have learned in life that I have just 1 minute. There are only 60 seconds in it. It's forced upon me. I didn't seek it, I didn't choose it, but I must suffer if I misuse it. Give an account if I abuse it. It's just 1 tiny little minute, but eternity is in it." Habaragani, and good afternoon, everyone. I am Victoria Revelle, public health practitioner and researcher, as well as the founder of Global Health Go, Public Health Leadership Initiative. It gives me great pleasure to present to you this afternoon. I look forward to our journey together through our presentation and the opportunity to communicate with you regarding research and public health. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So as we explore what is public health, I'd like to share a very quick story with you that was shared with me. Once this story was shared with me, I knew that public health would be my passion. So if you're able, I'd like to invite you to close your eyes and to listen carefully to this story. Do you remember when you first got your learner's permit and then your driver's license, and you were finally able to drive by yourself? Remember the joy, the freedom, and the excitement that you felt. So let's reminisce now and pretend that we're driving once again, the first time alone with our driver's license. Ahead in the distance, you see train tracks and you hear, woo, woo. 2 trains are coming, both of them going in opposite directions. So you gently press on the brake. But as you get closer and closer to the train tracks, you realize something is terribly wrong. It looks like something is on the tracks. So you venture up as close to the tracks as you can without going over, and you see on one set of tracks, there's a group of people who can't get off. They're attached to the tracks. On the second set of tracks, there's a little baby attached to the tracks. Again, you hear, woo, woo, and you see both trains coming. What do you do? Which group do you save? Shall you save the group of people, or shall you save the little baby? If you're able to now, please type in the chat, who do you save? Who do you save? The group of people or the little baby? As we contemplate on the solution to this particular problem, public health teaches us that if we can save that group of people, somebody in that group is going to reach out and save that baby. And so we learn that in public health, there are indeed 3 Ps: prevent, promote, and protect. So in this particular scenario, preventing people from being attached to those tracks and stuck on those tracks would be one of the main focuses. Promoting the fact that there are train tracks there so that people don't get stuck in the future is the second point. And the third is protect, ensuring that no more lives are lost due to trains or accidents. This was the first story that I learned in reference to the field of research and public health, and immediately I knew that this was for me. The opportunity to be able to protect groups of people, to promote health, and to prevent disease, mortality, and even sickness. I knew immediately that this would be a field that I would be interested in. And I hope by the end of this presentation that you share that same identity of interest in research and public health. Next slide, please. So my journey in public health, after learning about this particular story, matriculated on with the story of my family. One of my dear ancestors, Henrietta Phelps Jeffries, was a midwife. She was born in 1857. And during this particular time, as you can imagine, there was a lot of racism. Particularly in the South, she found it extremely hard to practice public health, but she ventured on as a midwife. She delivered more than 300 children, both Black and white, during this time period. Learning this story growing up, as you can imagine, I was just thoroughly engaged and excited to hear about her work. But due to her success, she was actually charged with practicing medicine without a license. Can you imagine that? She was taken to trial with a penalty of death by hanging if found guilty. Ultimately, a miracle happened. The judge at the end of the trial stood up from his bench, unzipped his robe, and said, on the charge of practicing medicine without a license, Henrietta Phelps Jeffries, I find you not guilty. To be able to overcome a system such as what was enveloped in that particular time, and to be a successful Black woman who practiced public health as a midwife, for me was encouraging and inspiring. It's one that I hold dear to my heart. In matriculating on throughout my research journey, I was able to attend the illustrious North Carolina A&T State University, where I studied and became a part of the Ronald McNair program. After today's presentation, I invite you to look up the McNair program. It gives students an opportunity to learn about research and to conduct their own research throughout a myriad of experiences. For me, this was crucial and essential and has a lot to do now with my success and my journey in research and public health. Additionally, after A&T, I matriculated on to Morehouse School of Medicine's Master of Public Health program. Here, I was able to conduct my thesis, which examined cultural competency. And as we know, especially in today's time, cultural competency is huge and is extremely important in all fields, but particularly in public health. After graduating from Morehouse School of Medicine, I was able to work in a variety of fields within public health and eventually to start my own initiative, Global Health Go Public Health Leadership Initiative. Through this journey, I was able to travel to Paris, Spain, and Italy to present on public health and health equity. I was also able to present my research at the American Public Health Association's annual meetings. As many people already know, the American Public Health Association, or APHA, is one of the oldest and largest conferences and groups of public health professionals in the world. So definitely an amazing journey into research and an amazing experience. Next slide, please. So my research at APHA was presented on sickle cell as well as maternal and child health. At ANC, during my time there, 2 of my classmates died from what was reported to be complications of the sickle cell trait. There was a huge hole left in our community when they passed away, and I was determined that I would do something about it to carry on their life and their legacy. So I've been extremely fortunate. In 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021, all of my research was accepted to the American Public Health Association's annual meetings. And in presenting on sickle cell, I was also extremely fortunate to be able to speak with other researchers who are also in this field. So as many of you may know, sickle cell is a disease that impacts 1 in every 13 African Americans who, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, have the sickle cell trait. Additionally, according to the CDC, 1 in every 365 African Americans have the sickle cell disease. So in examining sickle cell, I particularly looked at the racism that's often faced by people with sickle cell within the medical system. As we know, this is something that essentially we hope will be extinguished one day, but it is definitely pervasive. In looking at the many things of race, health, and wellness, we often see a common thread. And we know that at the end of the day, it takes all of us to be able to solve these particular issues that we see. Next slide, please. The next portion of my research focused on maternal and child health. And as you know from my family's experience within midwifery, maternal and child health is important. It's supposed to be one of the happiest times of one's life. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, according to the CDC, for Black women in this country, Black women die at 2 to 3 times the rate compared to their white counterparts from pregnancy-related complications. To live in one of the richest countries in the world, this is absolutely unacceptable. And so my research examined the social determinants of health around maternal and child health to really be able to understand and then to educate providers as well as individuals around what we can do to decrease this disparity when it comes to maternal and child health. Next slide, please. In examining the field of public health, I definitely want everyone to know that there are a myriad of opportunities for you to get involved. There are many ways to be able to think about how you can contribute and impact the field. As the wheel shows, there are a variety of avenues to jump in, to get your feet wet, or to simply explore the field of public health a little bit more. Next slide. Here is one of the most important slides for my presentation. I want everyone to be able to have the opportunity to see that public health and research within this field is definitely one that allows opportunity, and that there are researchers who look like us, who have our best interests in mind, our best interests at heart, and who are moving forward and doing this work. On the left-hand side, you can see a picture of me, and I'm so grateful to be a part of this progressive work. Next to me, you'll see a picture of Victoria Pfeiffer. She is a public health analyst at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, who has worked with me and who has done amazing work in offering HBCUs the opportunity to come virtually to the CDC and explore various programs. Next to Victoria is Dr. Georges Benjamin. He is the executive director of the American Public Health Association. The next picture that you see is Dr. Kamara Jones, who's a researcher and epidemiologist in the field. After that, you'll see Dr. David Satcher, our nation's 16th U.S. Surgeon General, who I was trained under. And finally, Dr. Jackson, who will be presenting after me today. In the middle, you'll notice that there is a space and the words "you belong here" appear. Please take that seriously. In our field, we welcome new and innovative researchers as well as students to jump in and to get involved. It really does take all of us at the end of the day to move forward with the health and wellness of our nation and, moreover, our world. So if you have questions about public health, or if you're looking for an opportunity to get involved, please do not hesitate. We welcome that. Next slide, please. Additionally, if you're looking at the field of public health and saying, I'm not quite sure where to start or how to get involved, or if this is for me. If that's what you're saying, I invite you to think about the story of the two women and the fish. The story says that there were two women who were walking along the beach. One of them was picking up every starfish that she saw and throwing it back into the ocean. One woman looked at the other and said, "Sis, why are you picking up every starfish you see and throwing them back into the ocean? You can't save all of them." One woman said to the other, "You know what? Maybe I can't save all of them, but it's a start. I'm just trying to do my part." And so that's what we invite you to do in public health and in research. Don't be afraid to take a start and to do your part. One of the many ways that you can do that is by joining me. After this particular session, during the first full week in April, I invite you to join me for a full week-long's worth of activities in research and in public health for National Public Health Week. Next slide, please. I also invite you to contact me if you have questions about public health or questions about the field of research. It will be my pleasure to speak with you and to share more information. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I look forward to having you jump in and take your start, and ultimately in the field of research and public health to do your part.
So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for this opportunity to present here today about the research that we do at the University of the District of Columbia and our college. As Victoria said, I am Dr. Froni Jackson. I'm assistant professor at the University of the District of Columbia in the College of Agriculture, Urban Sustainability, and Environmental Sciences. I am a professor of health education, a public health field, health education is, and today I'm going to be presenting to you information about our research here in our college and my research. And so thank you. I was going to say next slide, please. So I'm going to start with what brought me or made me interested in research. Many years ago, I received an opportunity to attend a meeting here in Washington, D.C., actually at the White House when Barack Obama was president. And that meeting was called the Precision Medicine Meeting. And that meeting was, I think, what preceded the All of Us. And I was so interested and so astounded by what they were attempting to do to get so many people, or it wasn't even, it was a thought at that point, to get so many people to sign up to participate in research so we could, and they wanted people of color to become involved. And millions of us, we needed to have a lot of us become involved with clinical trials and studies and research. So when programs and medicines and treatments were created, they could be created with people of color in mind as well. So it was a process of including everybody in clinical trials and research. And that started my keen interest in wanting to do research. Next slide, please. So at that time, I was actually studying in a master's program at Walden University, but my undergraduate studies was at an HBCU, Spelman College. And at Spelman, I didn't have any research experience, didn't do any type of research at all. I didn't get really involved with research until graduate school, but I really bit the bullet. I mean, as they say, I drank the Kool-Aid. I loved research when I was in graduate school. And my dissertation was around the work that I was doing in a community with women that were HIV positive. So my study was on the lived experience of HIV positive community health workers who were actually and also working with individuals who were HIV positive. I wanted to know if these individuals were really walking the walk, if they were doing what they were telling their clients to do, because I found in my working with these women that they were falling apart. They were not taking care of themselves. So I wanted to ask that question. And I wanted to not just ask the question, but I wanted to ask the question, find the answer, and get the information out to the folks who needed to hear and be able to do something about it. So I finished that study at Walden University and was approved and received my PhD in public health. After my study, I was asked, as you can see in the middle of this slide, by Walden University's Center for Social Change, if I would continue my study. And I was the inaugural fellow for the Center of Social Change. And we continued my study and we changed it a little bit. And we wanted to find out if these individuals that I had studied originally considered themselves wounded warriors, because they were a victim almost of the illness that they were trying to help others get through. And so we did that study, and it was very exciting and very interesting to hear their thoughts. Initially, I just found out if they were taking care of themselves, but this study went even deeper. It was quantitative and wanted to know if they considered themselves part of this population. And that study was actually presented at the American Public Health Association's conference in 2018. So this is in the beginning, my early stages of research. I'm really excited to become a fellow and to actually continue my research and present it at APHA. When I then received an appointment at the University of the District of Columbia, and I wanted to do research as an early investigator, it's not as easy to start out, especially in schools that don't have a lot of research and is not known for research. So you sort of attach yourself to some research that is already happening. So at the University of the District of Columbia in Causes, which is the name of my college, on the academic side, because UDC is a land-grant HBC university. So I am on the academic side, and I attached myself to a group of individuals who were doing research through an organization or through a consortium of investigators, researchers called the Multi-States. And in Multi-States, our interest was in researching subject matters for older adults. And I attached myself to those studies, and I helped create surveys, and I did focus groups and wrote papers, and I was with the group. I wanted to be with the group, and I learned as much as I possibly could. So that's what this third image is me as a co-investigator on a multi-states project where we were asking older adults about physical activity. And with that, we didn't just ask the questions and left it there. We did something with the data that we received. And before I go to the next slide, I do want to tell one story. I did over the summer before I started at the University of the District of Columbia, I collected data for the NHANES study. And everybody who's in research understands NHANES is the big study that the CDC does, and we collect all kind of information on people's health status and their nutrition and their cholesterol levels and all of that. So I was actually in the field, boots to the ground, knocking on doors, asking people to take the study and allow me to do an examination of them. And one gentleman I was tracking down, trying to get him for weeks. Finally, I finally got him because his wife called me and said, he's here, come now and do your examination and give him the survey. When I entered his home, he said to me, it doesn't matter about the money that you give me to participate in these studies. He says, my hesitancy to do this study is because I don't know what happens after you take this data. I don't hear anything from you. Nobody comes back to say how this data was used or what it was good for. And interestingly enough, that is one of the things that during my NHANES training that the investigators wanted to hone home, be able to explain what we're doing with this data. And I think they were so on point. So I'm going to my pamphlets and my brochures. I'm trying to find something that I could say that would resonate with this participant. And he was an African-American male, probably early 60s, very well off, a little on the heavy side, pre-diabetic. So we did different measurements. And one of the measurements that we did was the waist to hip measurement. So it's because we know that has an impact on your cardiovascular, on your heart. So I said, well, you know, you would not believe one organization that asked for this data that is helped by us collecting this data. And he's a big traveler. That's one of the reasons why it was hard to get him. I said, it's the airlines. The airlines call CDC and NHANES and they say, tell us, give us the average hip to waist ratio. We need to know how to build our airplanes and how to space out our airplane seats. And he thought that was the funniest story. So he goes, well, here, you know, come and measure my waist and hip. Let's do that part of it first. So so it's important to do the research, but to use the research and to let people know that you're doing the research with how it's going to be used. Next slide, please. That was my early lesson learned. Okay, so as I said, I've always attached myself. I attached myself to others at the university that was doing research. And in the college, we do research in my area around nutrition and also with older adults. That's the academic side. On the land grant side, we do research around agriculture. So anything about plants. We have a farm, we have food hubs, and we talk about how the food is used to nourish people's bodies. And we talk about how we can create cities and make healthy people. But in our area, in the academic side, we talk about, we do research to find out about food insecurity. If folks understand food insecurity, if they're getting enough food, if they have enough money for food, we do research on the food deserts in our communities. And we do a lot of research on the older adults because we have an Institute of Gerontology. So we do a lot of research in that area. So I've been attaching myself for my first 2 years at the university on those type of studies and helping to get that information out. So now I'm ready to move on from just attaching myself to other folks' research. So I'm trying to now identify my own professional, personal research interests. And public health is very broad and it's vast and it touches probably every single thing. I say there's nothing that public health doesn't touch. So in public health, you can study almost anything. And I hate to say it, but I'm a little ADHD and I'm a little OCD too, but I'm all over the place and I want to touch everything. So I'm trying to hone in on something specific, but I haven't quite done that just yet, because I do community-based participatory research while I'm in the community, including them in my research. I'm doing research with patients. I do quantitative research. I do qualitative research. I do research around women. I do research around African Americans. I can say my focus is things that are of interest to me, which doesn't limit it to anything, because for me, the sky's the limit. So when you're doing research, if you're interested in it, if there's a question, if you want to know about it, there's something to be done. But what I have decided in my research is that my research has to be relevant and it has to be impactful. There's nothing worse than what that participant from NHANES was trying to explain to me was, why are we collecting data for the sake of collecting data? We should be collecting data so it can make a difference. We should be collecting the relevant data. We should be collecting the data so we can improve the current situations. So we all experienced COVID in 2020, and I had started doing research on something and it was interesting, but COVID came. We had COVID, and oh my gosh, that opened up the door. So I immediately changed, I pivoted, went to the IRB and was given a fast turnaround approval on IRB. So I started to collect data in my community about COVID. What was the impact of the restrictions around COVID, because we didn't have a vaccine then and it was very new to us. So all I could think about was how these restrictions are impacting our community, and are they impacting our community different from other communities? So I collected data all summer. I was able to disseminate that information in the community. Actually, that information was used by our city council when they were making new restrictions or regulations around COVID. I want to, so research I think should be relevant, it should be impactful, and in that trying to decide what kind of research I was going to do, the research I know I'm going to do is dissemination and implementation. Get the word out about what you're doing, about what you're studying, about what you're finding, and then implement something that is going to be helpful to the community that you're doing the research with. Next slide, please. And so in that implementation, I have implemented my studies at conferences using posters, and also at conferences using workshops. This first conference is an NIH conference where I've taken the research that I did with a community garden and provided healthy food for people living with HIV and AIDS through a food bank. This next slide, the second one, is a different kind of research. Remember, I do a lot of kind of research, and this is the research of the study of teaching and learning. We did a project here at the University of the District of Columbia. It was worthy to inform other HBCUs about the project we were doing with Microsoft on how to create technology or how to make technology available for our students, especially during the pandemic when all of our students were using technology to learn. Next slide, please. That was in dissemination. Also disseminating the information that we found in journals, either in print, this is a copy of the APHA journal, or online journals. Online open access journals so everybody can have access, the research can be available to everyone. It is a shame to do research and then someone has to pay $300 for a journal to get the information that you've done research on. So I encourage everybody to attempt to have their research published in on access, open access journals so it can be available to all people. My time is running down. Next slide, please. So I said dissemination and implementation. The work that I do and the research that I do, I try to make certain that I implement it into a program. So when we do research around nutrition and physical activity, I create a program and I take those programs into the community so they can benefit from that research. So we know we should do 20 minutes of physical activity every day. So I created a walking program in the Washington, D.C. area. And we walk to make certain that individuals who have issues with walking, be it safety or health issues, have a place to be able to walk safe. And we found that those were issues in our community from doing the research. So then we implemented a program from that evidence, and now we have a walking program. And the same thing when I did the COVID research, I found that most of the situations with the individuals at that time with COVID and the problems and the barriers that they were having was around mental health. So we decided to increase our mental health awareness in our communities. So we implemented during National Minority Mental Health Month in last July, mental health first aid classes throughout the community so we can inform people about mental health, so we can remove some of the stigmas and encourage people to seek assistance and help for their mental health issues. And I think that may be one last slide and I'll be gone. Next slide, please. Also, in doing this work, as I said in the beginning, I had to attach myself to somebody else to do research. I think it is a duty of all of us researchers to reach back and pull someone else up. So I mentor students in doing their research and in doing their public health work. I think we have to mentor the folks, the workforce that's coming behind us. If not, we're going to lose a whole group of researchers. So at the University of the District of Columbia, I have the Peers for Community and Public Health Awareness Club, and I have them doing research activities and implementing what they're finding throughout the campus. And this is the research or program that they did, and they presented it during the NASPA conference. And then the second slide here, I mentored a group of students that did an HIV program at the university for many years and had them do work with younger ladies and the younger girls in the high schools around HIV. But I showed them how to actually go through the whole process of research and then reaching out to other individuals. Next slide, please. Which is just my contact information. So if anyone, I would love to hear from you all. I would be happy to talk to you more about the work that we do here at the University of the District of Columbia in causes on the academic side around research. That's my contact information. And thank you again for allowing me this opportunity to speak. This is such an important program, and I certainly think it should continue. I'm glad to see that meeting of precision medicine many years ago has now moved to this. So thank you so much, Dr. Craig, for having me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jackson, Ms. Victoria. Y'all are amazing. We wish we had more time. We're going to have to do this again and bring you back because this was great information. Because we got to do our part, as Ms. Victoria said. Everybody has their part. All right, moving right along with the day. You know, my grandmother used to say it gets gooder and gooder. So we are now going to shift on to a panel of wonderfulness and more information. This is like information. Like, this is the day I love to learn. That's my lifelong goal, is to continue to learn. Because when you're not learning, you're probably not up here on this side anymore. But we have an outstanding moderator. I met him in Dallas, Texas, as he has been a part of our Rooted in Resilience tour. Amazing young fellow. And another thing that I love to see is young Black men doing the do. So I'm going to give you a little brief overview of who this moderator is, and then I'm going to turn it over to him. He'll be able to introduce his panel, but here we go. So he is a native of Chicago and a Virginia State University graduate. Yes. Jaleel Thurman took his love for HBCUs and the desire to broadcast positivity on those institutions to create Your Talk 101. Utilizing his mass communication skills, and that he has. Thurman highlights HBCUs by emerging with current students and alumni, by highlighting campus activities and organizations through a student's viewpoint. Your Talk 101 raises awareness of HBCUs and appeals to prospective students. Thurman's positive energy translates into a lively video that captivates audiences beyond the campus and the community. Jaleel Thurman is also the host and executive producer for HBCU 101, a television series about HBCUs that aired on Aspire TV. So without further ado, I bring to you the master of talk. Mr. Thurman, bring it on.
Thank you for that. I'm going to have you introduce me all the time. All that love that you just gave me right there. I'm gonna have to get you on payroll, keep the energy flowing. But nah, JJ, thank you so much. I'm excited about today's conversation. It's always one of those things where, when you talk about mental health, it's one of those things we just got to dive into. So I want to welcome everyone to the Mind Over Matter panel conversation, focusing on mental health. Mind Over Matter is a conversation that we want to normalize and to encourage people to be mentally fit and understand the resources that are readily available to them. You know, I would also like to thank, before we even begin, the All of Us research program for partnering today. You know, All of Us is working to improve healthcare through research, along with building a diverse database that can inform thousands of studies on a variety of health conditions. All right. Like stated before, my name is Jalil Thurman, CEO and founder of Yard Talk 101. I will be your moderator for today's conversation. Now, I have an amazing panel that's joining today, starting with mental health advocate and attorney, Jade Mathis, UDC counselor and adjunct professor, Dr. Avetta White. And, you know, I had to bring a little VSU with me today. I have Miss Virginia State University, Ashley Gray. And then, you know, Dr. White said, well, you're not going to be the only one bringing a little love, which I had to bring some UDC energy in here. So we have graduate student Mabacha Mbanga, who's a student leader and grad student. And so I'm excited to get our conversation started today. All right. So when we are talking about mental health, right, there's a lot of times we put these mental health challenges, we tend to put them off. Dr. White, I'm gonna start with you. You know, why is it important to not put those off and to get help early?
Yes, it's really important to definitely start the process of taking care of yourself. I mean, I think that's the most important thing. When you're looking at mental health, it's a part of your day-to-day wellness, right? And wellness means different things for different people, but it is a goal that all of us are wanting to achieve. So for instance, if you have a cold or if you get sick, we'll nurse it, we'll take our medication, or if we're tired, we try to get sleep. But oftentimes when you look at mental health, there's some signs and symptoms that we may notice about ourselves or the things that we're feeling, and we often don't attend to it, which only causes things to get worse. Right? It also makes it harder to overcome some of those challenges that may be associated with the mental health. So definitely it's so important to start early in this process of just taking good care of yourself. And I look forward to kind of talking a little bit more about what that all means.
You know, I have to agree with you. You know, I love the fact, I was having a conversation the other day, and I love the fact that now this is more of a conversation we're having. It's more normalized. It's, how are you taking care of yourself? How are you creating work-life balance? How are you doing these different things in order to truly just show up for you? You know, you got to pour into yourself before you can pour into others. So you're absolutely right. And I always say it's okay to ask for help. You know, I think a lot of times, people feel as though they're weak if they have to ask for help. But I also think that that's actually your strength, because you really understand that you need help and you need some additional guidance, and it definitely helps make things smoother, but when you are talking about that, it's the balance in life that's tricky. So Jade, now you're an attorney. Now I know we get quite busy as an attorney. How do you create your own work-life balance? And for you, why is that important?
So I actually was forced to create my own work-life balance after, going through a personal situation where I honestly was burnt out. I burnt out at work because attorneys are in a high-strung field, a high-functioning field, and I did not have a balance. It was work probably 15 hours a day, and I had to take a sabbatical. And I had to realize, I think you have to look at yourself sometimes and realize that you can't pour from an empty cup, right? And it is okay not to be okay all of the time. And more importantly, it's okay to ask for help. So at the time, I was an assistant state's attorney, and my job is to make sure that justice is pursued on behalf of the citizens of Maryland and Prince George's County. And I can't do that if I don't have anything to give them. I can't do that if I'm tired. I can't do that if I'm overwhelmed. So one of the things to create balance is I would encourage people to tell people, to be you're your own best advocate. So it's okay to tell people, I am not doing well right now. I need to take some of this stuff off of my plate. I am not functioning at my full capacity, and I am overwhelmed. So one thing is definitely advocating for yourself. And additionally is pay attention to yourself. If you know that you are getting exhausted, pay attention to your body, pay attention to your brain. If you know that you are multitasking and you don't have a lot of energy for anything or things that you like to do in your personal life, you have to learn when to step back. You have to learn when to hit the pause button and say, I'm going to resume this later, but right now I'm not feeling well and I don't have the capacity and I can't do anything well if I don't feel well. So just paying attention to your feelings and being okay telling other people.
Yeah, you have to. I think you just got to listen to your body. Just anything. Listen to your body. Listen to what's going on. Take a break. Breathe. Woosah. And that's something that we learn as we've gotten older, right? I think that when you go back to college days, though, that was a totally different beast. You always felt like the world would be crashing. So actually, I want to ask you the same question. I mean, as Miss Virginia State University, I mean, you're the face of the university. You always have to have the face on and always got to smile and always have to show up for the school. But how do you show up for yourself and create your own work-life balance as a student?
Thank you, Jalil. That is such a great question because a lot of people ask me that, especially like as it's campaign season and people are trying to understand exactly how I do it all. Like I cheered, I'm in a sorority, so it's just so much that, I have going on. But what really helps me is communication and using a planner, like really planning out my days and understanding that I can't do everything. So sometimes no has to be the answer, because if not, I will really drain myself and just have nothing left to give for myself. Like I really, really, really think that self-care is so important, because so many times that we have so much work going on or so much to do with classes, so much to do with Miss VSU, so much to do with cheering that I don't take the time for myself. And I understood that I was burnt out. So I had to take a step back and say, no, I can't do that today. Like sometimes Miss VSU is demanding. That's why I have a court where they can step in when I cannot, because it was becoming to get hard. But I said, this is a position that I want to do, and I want to be able to fulfill it to the end. And sometimes in order to do that, you have to understand that no has to be the answer, because at the end of the day, I'm a scholar first. I came here to get my education. So anything extra, it might have to go on the back burner until I can get myself together. And so that's why I'm always using my planner. So today I know I had work in the morning, then I had to get some homework done. Then I know I had a panel to be on at 2:20. Then after this, my weekend is mine. But kind of taking that step to plan and honestly taking the time for myself, that is what helps me, because if you just continue to say yes, you're going to burn yourself out. And then before you know it, you're going to find yourself in a deeper hole. And then you're trying to figure out how to get out. And nobody really ever knew, because you never were able to be transparent and say, I can't do that today. Today, I have to take some time for me. And once you understand that for yourself, you're able to work around the problems of not being able to please everybody, because you have to understand that you come first. So I would definitely say, planning out your day and understanding that you can't do everything.
Yeah, planning is key. I think the quote is, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And I have to agree with you. I use a planner. I'm one of those people that'll take the old mail and just write on the mail and anything I can get my hands on, just because I want to keep up with everything to make sure that everything's cool. So I commend you on planning, because that's probably going to be the most important part when you graduate, is really being able to keep everything together and keeping it organized. Now, speaking of graduation, Mabacha, you have graduated, you're a grad student. So now it's a different beast for you, right? You got grown people bills, you're trying to graduate and with your master's or whatever degree that you're pursuing. And for you, how have you been able to manage this new level, right? Because undergrad is one thing, right? And you think it's hard in undergrad until you graduate. Then you realize, oh wait, that was a cakewalk compared to what I got dealing with now. How have you been able to manage, COVID-19, the hybrid learning, all of that, as a graduate student?
Yeah. So when the pandemic first started, it was right in the middle of like midterm. So around that spring break time. And as we all know, whether it's undergrad or graduate school, it starts to begin very fast paced, right? We had really intensive classes going on and everything changed, right? So there were different aspects of how we had to adjust to it. And a lot of times adjustment is downplayed a bit, but there's a reason why it's like a whole disorder in the DSM-5, because adjusting is not always easy. I love what Ashley mentioned about having a planner. I have a huge calendar in my basement where I have every single thing that is happening in my life that day, that week, that month. And it's what really keeps me sane, because there are many different things to juggle, right? Very similarly to the undergraduate level, it just turns it up a notch a bit, right? Because now you are also prioritizing a big professional aspect of it. So in my program, for example, when you enter your field work and you start your practicum and your internship, our graduate directors are like, you can't have a 9 to 5. You want to work full time and you want to have clients and you want to do this and you want to do that. You have to learn what to prioritize. And at the same time, self-preservation, right? We have to know how to preserve ourselves. And it took some time to adjust, because as you trailblaze through undergrad, it's fun, right? Because it's like, I have all this energy, I can do this, I can do that. But then once you stop trailblazing, it's like, I'm bruised up, I've got trees and branches in my hair and everything looks crazy, right? So when you make that transition, it's like, okay, now I need to just kind of put the pen to paper, right? Kind of, again, what Ashley mentioned, organizing. Like Fridays, I have a nice structure, right? I like to start my day out with yoga, because that brings me peace. It kind of sets the tone, right? Because the week can be a little chaotic at times. So you just kind of have to put your head back and screw it on a bit. But that's what really has helped me. And my cohort, my circle of support, Dr. White, for example, it's very, very important to have mentorship, to be able to have professional connections to look up to and to ask, what was it like for you, right? This is what I'm facing right now. What do you think I can do to make it better? How can I adjust better to this, right? So community and support has also been a really big aspect for me.
Yeah, mentorship is always key. I think that's at any level, right? Whether it's career, personal, anything, especially from a mental perspective, because, typically, I always say, you're not the first person to do something. You're not the first person going through what you're going through, and you won't be the last person going through what you're going through. But when you have mentors that have been where you are and know what you're feeling and can actually relate to you, like I had a friend of mine's, and and I've been able to switch gears and go into entrepreneurship full time. And I know the mental battles that come with that. And my godmom she was struggling, and my mom said, "Hey, call her." And I was able to call her, and we really was able. I said, "Look, I know what you're going through. I know how it feels, but it provides a sense of comfort, a sense of, okay, all right, I'm not alone." Right. That's always the thing sometimes, and just being able to help guide people. So I completely understand. Now, Ashley said something to me, not to me, to us, that I loved. It was the word no. That to me, I think is huge. Jade, how have you been able to really incorporate the word no into your to create that balance, just in your life in general? And how has it helped you from a mental perspective?
So I think first understanding and being okay with and accepting that no was a complete answer in a complete sentence, no matter if the recipient likes it or not, no matter if they agree with it or not, knowing that you don't need their validation and their approval, because no is what you have the capacity to say at that time. I think that is the first point, is understanding it's a complete. It doesn't have to come with the explanation, because as an attorney, I'm used to over-explaining. And then when I realized I was burnt out, I was like, oh, no, they're going to take this no, and they're going to go on their way, and they're going to ask somebody else. Because another thing I learned is that people don't care what you're going through or how you feel. They want the answer that they want. They want the response that they want. They want you to do what they're asking you to do.
Yeah.
They don't care if it's inconveniencing you. They don't care if it's burning you out. So when you realize that internally, that if I keep saying yes to you, I am saying no to me. So I had to sit back and realize, is my mental health more important, or is this assignment more important? Is this case more important right now, or me being sane and a complete person able to focus on this case and have the outcome that is favorable to the victim more important at this time? So not explaining and not caring about what the other person thinks about the state that I am in right now that made me say, no, my complete sentence.
You know, I love that because you touched on a couple of different things. I'm in a space now where I'm managing expectations, you know, for myself and of other people, right? And I'm telling you what you're gonna get over from me, and then I'm also, you know what, I'm accepting you for who you are, where you at, cool. And to me, that's been the best thing. But the second part there is I'm always having conversations, right? So I was having a conversation the other day, last night actually, with a friend that I've known for 9 years, who's always put their family first, always, you know. And it was just like, yo, when you know, she like, yo, I get this new job, I'll get this huge pay increase. I'm like, well, treat yourself to something nice. If that's what you want to do, nah, I got mom's gotta do this and family. I'm like, whoa, listen. You got to understand that life is going to go on with or without you. And if you got to take care of you, make sure you feel good, treat yourself to something nice or whatever that is. And you can then take care of others. I said, because whether or not you take care of them or not, their life is still going to go. And so you have to be able to take a step back and realize that, let me take care of me. And I'm 30 in 2 weeks. Okay. So I'm all about taking care of me because that's just, I think it provides peace. It provides peace. Now, Dr. White, I got to get back to you because I want to dive deeper into some of the things and some of the different challenges that we are always sometimes struggling to overcome, right? So when you think of anxiety and depression, there are totally different things, two different ends of the spectrum. A lot of times people try to put them together, but they're different. From your perspective, from your own understanding, what are some of the beginning steps that someone can do to overcome these battles?
Sure. I mean, I think that when we talked earlier at the beginning, I mean, some of you mentioned some great things about, knowing your body. I know that you mentioned, and I mentioned the notion of wellness. I think usually those initial steps result in the mind, body, spirit concept. So for instance, some of us present our stress or present our tension in our bodies. So for instance, do I have headaches all the time? Do I find myself having difficulty sleeping, or am I sleeping at all? Do I feel irritable? Do I often find myself always being disorganized or disoriented? Is it difficult for me getting up in the morning or just getting up? Am I having trouble with, binge eating or not eating at all? These are some things that our body tells us, right? In terms of symptoms that are holding us: chest pain, tension in our backs, physical, psychological, and also behavioral. These are all things that present itself. So what happens is then it's a matter of now, what do we do about it? Right? We feel these things, we see these things happening with us. And so then the question becomes, where do we go? How do we go about addressing these different things? So when you are a person, so for instance, definitely anxiety and depression are kind of one of those top 3 things that you often find, particularly college students that are presenting with when they come in to a counseling center, such in the environment that I work in. But in general, instead of it being about you trying to somewhat self-diagnose yourself, just being able to know when something's not right, or when you're dealing with a major life experience, a change, a transition, if you're having difficulty with your day-to-day function, it's important to just kind of take a moment and, say to yourself, maybe I should consider looking at talking to someone else, right? Because everyone doesn't always have the support circles, and those are very helpful, and the networks that help them navigate. But when it comes to the notion of mental health or seeing someone, really being open and kind of willing to just give that notion a chance is one of the things that's really important when you're looking at addressing not just anxiety or depression, but any mental illness, right? Because it goes deep. When you're looking at a mental illness, you're looking at environmental factors, right? Like, for instance, some of you mentioned about COVID, and COVID had such a great impact on us and still is having a great impact on us, particularly communities of color, right? And so at what point, at some point, you need those additional supports to kind of help you navigate the various experiences that people have, because it's very unique to each person. So, that's one of the things I think is important, is just really being open to that. And this flip side of that it's also, as a community, looking at how do we kind of break the stigmas? How can we stop downplaying the notion of mental health, or stop downplaying the notion of giving help? Because that's often what stops a person from taking that effort to check in with themselves or check in with someone else to get the support that they need, is, people kind of providing this negative undertone, right? That it's not for us, or counseling is not helpful, or seeing someone, or why are you seeing someone, right? Or it's a sign of a weakness. These are things as a community that we can prevent and stop saying, and changing the narrative about how we as well support the notion of mental health, or the notion of seeing someone, because then it doesn't always have to be a matter of, severity. Because what happens is, just based on the history of what mental health has been presented to us over the years, oftentimes it's always been this deep negative connotation that it's for, the most severe situations, and you at all subscribing to it means that that's you, right? That you are taking on that severity or that issue. Whereas now, I see people in some cases using an empowering aspect of therapy. They say, yeah, I saw my therapist, and you know what? We talked about this and that. We talked about this anger that I'm experiencing, or I love my therapist. Like, some people are getting into that culture, right, of talking about it in a way that, no, it doesn't have to be. Sure, if you are truly dealing with some serious deep-seated issues, whether it's, trauma experiences, or whether it's mental health, definitely counseling and therapy is the place for that. But, also seeing how wide the spectrum is of who and how you can go about entering for services is what's important. And so us all kind of contributing to changing that narrative, when we're, with each other, or supporting other people who may say or show that they're not, that they're having hesitancy about seeing someone, but they know, or you may notice that they could use the help.
I love talking to Dr. Clark. Okay. That's my therapist. We talk once a month. We used to do, the thing about therapy that I enjoy is that, it's kind of on you, right? Like, when we first started, it was like every 2 weeks. Then now it's just maintenance. I'm like, yo, doc, I just got to check in with you, let you know what's going on. And, I have my ups and my downs, and we go through and we talk about them, everything from career to family to, just where I'm going in life, relationships. And it's really nice. And she always be like, well, who else you talk to? No, I'll just talk to you, doc. You all I got. And so then she gives me other ways of saying, well, maybe you should do this, or maybe you should do that. And I think it also helps. So to your point, I embody that. I love it. My mom's in therapy. My sister's in therapy. One of my best friends is it's something that I think, to your point, if you've had a positive experience, and then you share that, and then you make other people feel comfortable about it, right? It's like, it's like if you go on shopping, hey, girl, did you check out the sale that Nordstrom's got going on, right? And like, you're talking about it, or oh man, you're like, I like that new Mercedes car, they look at them seats, or the Apple Watch is out. Like, it's when you start talking positive about things, it makes it easier for people to receive them and be open and willing to do that. Now, Ashley, as Miss VSU, how have you used your platform, because it's a strong platform, to promote mental health or encourage students to be mentally fit, whether it's, seeing a counseling services on campus or just anything in general? Like, how have you used your platform?
That is actually a great question, because, as my reign is coming to an end, I've just been reflecting on how I've, lived up to my platform, which was Tap In, which was tapping into the community, your relationships, your academics, and yourself. So this is really a full circle moment, because like I was stating before, self-care is important. And what I really stressed about it is that, you have to take that time for yourself. Yes, you're a student, but you have to have that time for yourself as well. And, it was so revealing to me, because I was able to be transparent in that moment and say that I had to go to the counselors. And that's another thing, like understanding the relationships that you have even here on campus. And most of the resources are free. And that is what was so amazing to me, because students don't realize that we have all of the resources here right at our fingertips, and we don't utilize them. But we would instead, kind of suffer alone without getting the help that we need. Like last semester, I had to seek help because it was hard. It was a lot going on. And so in that very moment, I had to say, you developed an entire program and you're not even utilizing it yourself. So I had to build more relationships. I built relationships with the counselors. Then I was able to build relationships within my department because I needed help with my work. So it was really bigger than just me. And it wasn't a thing where, oh, I don't want the help, but it's being able to be comfortable to take that step because it can be hard. But once I said, you built this relationship with this person in this department, now use your relationships to get yourself the help that you need. Because if not, you're going to sink into a hole that you can't even dig yourself out of. So I had to say, my success is more important than my pride right now. So building those relationships and being able to say, you need help, Ash, because if you're not taking care of yourself, it's not going to get done. And I had to really, really see that, I can't be there for everybody else and not myself first. So that is really what I would say. Like, I really had to take heed to my own platform. And that is what helped me honestly finish last semester and what is helping me finish. So I can graduate and walk across that stage on May 14th. So that is what I would say definitely helped with my platform, really taking advantage of the resources that are readily available and using those relationships to help myself and to help others. So, yeah.
We always gonna know that date. She threw that date out. She ain't saying May. She said, "No, May 14th. I'm gonna walk across that stage." That's one thing for sure. We know that date. That's the date we're gonna know when you see her come around. But no, Ashley, I commend you for being able to take a step back and reflect, right, and understand. You know what? I'm not okay. Let me get myself together, and then you know what? Let me actually utilize things I was promoting in order to help students really understand. And I'm sure that, being able to have your own personal experiences even made your platform that much stronger. Mabacha, now I want to switch gears to you. When we talk about mental health, there's always these stigmas. There's always this negative connotation, as Dr. White was saying. For you, outside of some of the things that we were saying, what do you feel like might be some additional ways that we could probably break down the stigma around mental health in the communities of color?
Yeah, I think it's something that's constantly growing every day, especially with the presence of people just being more vocal on social media. I think it has things that it can give and take, but at the same time, focusing on what's more positive. The reality is that more people are seeking therapy, right? That's where you start, as long as you take that step. And I think you had mentioned something about having good and bad experiences. My initial experience with therapy when I first started wasn't the best or what everyone expects. Like you have this session, you have this breakthrough moment and you're good, right? And it's like, it doesn't necessarily work like that. So I think having conversations like this, having people to hear and to say like, okay, this is a Black man with a platform saying that he's in therapy and then has got mom and sister in therapy. And then we have someone that is representing an entire university saying, you know what, I had to step back and say, this is what I need to do, right? We have a whole doctor, a therapist online right now that's telling us these kind of things. Starting these conversations are what's most important. For myself, kind of two-pronged, right? Like I'm a student and then I'm also like a clinical intern, right? So now seeing both sides. And in my program, it's mandated that we have to have a certain amount of therapy sessions before we even start giving other people therapy, right? And so I love that when I tell my friends and family about that they're like, oh my God, that's amazing. Like, so you had to go through it yourself before you could start it, right? And then I also think that some of the stigmas that are just constantly being thrown out there, just saying that what we kind of hear the most, right? Black people don't need therapy. It's like, who says that, right? To whose standard, right? And so now that we are seeing more Black people in therapy, we're seeing therapy for Black girls. They have a podcast, mental health hashtags and TikToks and all of these things, right? I think the exposure is what is most beneficial, and then just kind of continuing the conversation, really showing that I can debunk this. I can show that I took the first step. I recommended it. I did to my family, this, that, and the third, right? And then also just showing bravery, because when you start that, it shows other people that I can do this too, right? It might take some time because a lot of times, we have to also put that realistic aspect into it. It's not an easy thing to say, I'm going to sit down with a complete stranger and during this initial session, tell them all the things that I believe is most important that's going to come up later down the line, right? And I used to say this to my clients, I'm going to get in your business. I need you to know that, right? But that's how we're going to get this work done. So I think, having platforms like this and just networking, all of these things, is what's really driving it. But then also us just kind of leading by example, right? Like I did it, I can reassure you that it's going to be good. It's going to be easy, right? And then that's how we just kind of pick it up from there.
Yeah, nah, I love that. She said, like, I'm gonna be all in your business, all in your Kool-Aid. I know all the good stuff. I love that. I love that. And I love the transparency and just how open you are about that. Because I think that then makes it comfortable to be like, all right, well, she's gonna find out anyway. So let me go ahead and just put it all on the table. And I'm sure you've had success. Now, Jade, the part of life I always feel like that isn't talked about enough is this college to real world, real life transition. I think that's probably one of the most difficult transitions that there is. You go from college and this environment, this own world, and then you're back released into the real world, right? And where you're trying to land a job, or get in your career, create all these different things. How are you able to really navigate life after college to land, opportunities in your career, and particularly with battling with ADHD and depression? And what tips do you have to share with students?
So I think one thing that I had to realize was that success is always a journey, not a destination. And everybody moves at their own pace. Everybody should run their own race. That's one thing that I had to learn personally, because I took the LSAT, but I was unsuccessful in getting in law school my first few attempts. So I took a gap year, which I tell people that is okay. I volunteered that year. I built my resume. I made connections. I had experience in areas that I was interested in. I did internships. So I took a year to build. Everybody's not going to have the traditional route, and that's okay. I didn't have a traditional route. Also, I didn't compare myself to others. So if you're about to graduate and you're not sure what you're going to do, give yourself that grace. Give yourself, the benefit of the doubt and patience, and just saying, I will figure it out, or ask someone to help you figure it out. One of the most important things that I had to learn to do, and I learned that through experience, is that I had to learn to be flexible to the unknown, flexible to setbacks and detours, because I had taken so many no's. I was diagnosed when I was in college, so I had to transfer out of the university I was in, move back home, took a few months off then, and I received several no's. Like I said, when I applied to law school, I received several no's. With the LSAT, I received several unfavorable scores and had to continuously take it. So I think people have to realize, everything may not be set up the way you want it to and when you want it to, but it'll come together when it's supposed to come together, and you'll be where you're supposed to be. And most importantly, no does not mean that it won't ever happen. No means not right now. So just be prepared to shift, just be prepared to be flexible, and just run your own course. Don't look at the person next to you in your classes or the graduation class behind you. Look at your own race that's ahead of you, and look at what you're capable of doing at that time, financially, mentally, emotionally. What are you capable of doing? And go for that. And just grace. Grace is what I always say. You have to give yourself some grace.
I think grace is something that you have to give yourself at 18, 28, 38, 48, 58, 108. Like, we always got to give ourselves grace. And so I appreciate that. Now, it's a couple of things that you touched on that I want to highlight. No, God don't miss. That's how whatever going to be for you, going to be for you. He don't miss. He 100% from the field. So just know you in the storm, it's a little tough, but you're going to be okay. But then secondly, you're talking about kind of like running your own race. I think it's so cliche, right? We hear it so much that I don't think people really allow it to digest how it should. When you talk about running your own race, you mentioned like the classmate next to you maybe doing better than you, or moving faster than you, excelling, doing whatever, past the bar. You didn't. It's earlier this morning I was running because I try to stay fit physically, because they say mental and physical go hand in hand. And so it's definitely therapeutic. But I was running with my line brother, and he was like, yeah, I'm probably going to run an 8-minute pace. Okay, I am not. You run your race. I'ma see you though. We good. You know? And while we was running, like, it was crazy because I kept thinking to myself, like, this is how life really is. Like, people, will be running faster than you. Some will be slowing up. Some will be walking. Whatever it is, you just gotta keep going. He's like, look, we're gonna do 6 miles. Okay, I'll get there when I get there. We good. And so, like, when we were about to finish, he pulls up on me like, hey, yo, look, we got like a quarter mile less. Let's really push it through. No, I'm here. I'm here with it. You do. I'll see you at the finish line. And that's something that you have to take with life, is that, you got friends that, or people around you that may be doing better than you to what you think is better than you, or they might be moving in faster in their career, doing whatever. That doesn't mean you won't get to the finish line. You just got to run your own race, take your own time. And that's what I did, because I said, if I try to run with you, I'm probably going to pull something out here. So I'm going to take my time, and I got there, finished, and he was just waiting on me stretching. Yeah, he stretched. I'm going to stretch too, and we good. And so I appreciate you for making that call out. Now, Dr. White, I think one thing that we tend to do, we always want to help a friend. That's one thing for sure. We always want to be there for our friends, our loved ones. How can someone show up or be a friend or family member to someone that may be experiencing a crisis?
Sure. I mean, I think the first thing would be to listen. I think oftentimes when we see individuals who have gone through or have had traumatic things happen to them, or may in some way be considered having a breaking point in their life, sometimes we initially are shocked, and then we think back, right? And we say, you know what, such and such said this to me, right? Or I remember when, they started to, start to act differently, or or their demeanor started to change. We start to then later go back and start to think about these things that may be these signs and signals that we may have saw that we somehow overlooked. So I think what's important in terms of helping a friend is being that listening ear, or having that listening ear as a person, so that you become a person that a family member or friend will come to, right? Because typically if you're in crisis, or if a person's going through a difficult time, the only people that they really would be comfortable going to is someone that they already confide in already. Does that make sense? So like, for instance, if I'm not that friend who normally listens or who's in tune to what's going on with me, then obviously you probably won't be that friend that I'm going to go to then when I'm in crisis. So becoming that person, right? How do you listen in? How do you just take a moment to kind of see where people are? And then when you hear those things that may seem like something is wrong or something's concerning, or maybe I just need to take a few minutes and just stop for a second and listen to what my friend or what this person is saying, then that's when you can then offer those supports, right? So one of the things that I did want to mention, because I know each state has different access hotlines and things of that nature in which they could reach for mental health. But one of the misnomers I think that some people may not be sure about is the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. That particular lifeline is actually designed not just for individuals who may be presenting with, being suicidal or suicidal ideations, but it's actually a helpline that connects you to resources for anyone who's dealing with mental health or distress. Okay, so I do want to kind of mention that as maybe one of those initial resources. So maybe it's not something where it's escalated where, okay, we need to take this person to hospital immediately, or, we have to do something this moment, but it is a resource for those late night, situations where someone is really, distressed, or something really happened and they need to talk to someone right now. And of course, you may not believe you have all the tools, right, to kind of navigate, but you can be that person to stay on the phone with them or be present with them as you make contact, one of those helplines that then can triage the support that they need for someone. So those are the kind of things that you can start with. It's just, again, having that listening ear, being supportive, being mindful of your messaging, just like we were talking a little bit earlier about, the negative connotations, just being very conscious of the messaging that you put out there, so that way, because people listen, people make those connections, right? When people down, or when people talk about or laugh at people's weaknesses, other people around them make those connections of whether, you're a person or whether they're comfortable to share, when they are in a weak place or feeling vulnerable. So, just really being conscious of, like, also what are the messaging that I present out, to my friends, to my family, et cetera. So that way you can be that support when the time comes for someone who may need that help or who is in crisis. I would say if you're specifically a college student, similar to what Ashley had mentioned about her making the decision to check out the counselors at the counseling center and her then being somewhat an advocate and letting other people know about that. I think the same would apply to for, college students who run across friends or other classmates, who are going through a difficult time is, being comfortable in referring them to the counseling center. I think one thing that was mentioned earlier that's really important is about the experience, different experiences that people have, et cetera, with counseling. But I will say that regardless of whether there's a connection or not between you and that therapist, it is the therapist's job then to refer out. If I'm not it, for instance, right? But there's this need that you have to, support your mental health. It is then my job then to make sure I refer you. Does that make sense? So instead of it being that, let me just quit. Okay, I don't like this person's not for me, or this person doesn't seem to understand me. Instead of letting that be the end all to be all in terms of your whole experience about getting help, let them know, you can let that therapist know, and they have to put on their big boy pants on and say, hey, okay, I understand this, you may prefer being referred out, right, to someone else. And then they will go through that process of trying to help you identify other supports or other linkages, whether it's out in the community, or if you're, for instance, getting help at a counseling center, maybe another counselor. Does that make sense? So that way, so that you don't terminate the whole notion of addressing the needs that you have. So I do want to kind of put that out there when it comes to individuals who've had those bad experiences. And it's real. I totally understand more than but definitely know that it's also our job, right? Good, bad, or indifferent, to make sure we do that proper referral, and you can ask for that. Okay. So I want to put that out there regarding that as well.
Thank you for that. I don't think that I've never really heard that before. Right. And so thank you for that call out. I've had friends that would, even my mom, she was like, her last therapist was cool, but her new ones, she liked her even more. Right. And I think, to your point, right, sometimes you might outgrow your therapist, or they may have, got you to a point where they can't get you nowhere else. And it's time to pass the baton off to someone else that can maybe challenge you differently or think different, whatever the case may be. So I love to hear that. I definitely love to hear that. So thank you for that call out, because I was unaware that was a thing, right? And I love to hear that was a thing. Ashley, COVID-19 been beating us up, okay? I think we finally starting to recover a little bit as the world is starting to transition somewhat back. It's not fully back, right? But how have you kind of been able to navigate and manage, right, with hybrid classes or in-person classes? I know some students, teachers may say something the day of, oh, we're not having class, in person, it's gonna be virtual. How have you been kind of really able to manage and navigate this trying time as a student? And then what are some of your best practices as well that you'd like to share?
I would say pretty much the way I've been navigating COVID is just remembering the end goal. Because like you said, this is an unprecedented time. No one ever thought that my college experience would be like a year and a half of virtual classes. And even now, my department is pretty much virtual. So that could be discouraging because, that drive is kind of, it's there, but it's like, it's not as forceful as having to get up every day, go to class, and be as active on campus because things just look so different. But, I always say that failure is not an option because success is really all I've seen in my life from my parents, my family, and just the people that I keep around me. So just kind of always remembering that end goal, even on my bad days, I'm like, this might be a bad day, but just let that be a moment. Because, I don't really like to say that I have bad days because that's a whole 24 hours that you just allow to be negative because, it's raining or I don't really have any social interaction today. But I'm like, my success is a little bit more important than that. So I just always keep that at the forefront of my mind because it can be discouraging, kind of having to see your classmates on Zoom. And then when you see them in person, they're like, oh, we in class together. I'm like, really? We are? But just kind of remembering my success is what's important, because I want to be a doctor one day. So I'm going to be Dr. Gray, not just with the undergrad degree. That's cool, because, you know, I worked these 4 years to get that degree, but then I'm going to get my master's. I'm going to get my doctorate. So even in the midst of having virtual classes and virtual experience, even with field experience that I have to get in the field for my major has been virtual, but just kind of keeping in the forefront that I want to be successful. So these kind of times that we're in, my success is greater than that. So I keep that in mind, and I always kind of keep accountability partners with me, because that's what helped me. And honestly, my mom is my accountability partner. I would call her and I'd be like, Mom, I'm about to go to work, then I'm gonna do this, then I'm gonna do that. You call me in between, make sure I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And she like, okay. Because she like, I'm not paying all this money for you to not be keeping me in the loop and I don't know what's going on. So it's like, I'm always making sure that I'm being successful, because that's really all I want to know. And when I keep that in the forefront of my mind, it keeps me going. It keeps me driven, because I know where I want to be in life. And no matter the circumstance, this is different. And I honestly will say this generation is resilient, because who would have thought that we would have been going to in-person classes to then have to figure out a completely different way to navigate school and college. Like, I've learned some different ways to present that I would have never thought of. Yeah. It's more out there than Google Slides and PowerPoint, but you didn't know that until, you know, introducing Zoom and Google Meet and different things like that. Like, you can do a whole presentation on Zoom, record it, and that's a different type of presentation. But, you know, that has allowed us to unlock a different world, honestly, because we are given the tools now, and now I feel like our generation is taking it and ran with it. So just understanding that you want to be successful, I feel like you can honestly do anything.
I agree. I love that. Shout out to moms for accountability. You know, moms that keep you in check. I don't care what nobody say. If I post something on my Instagram story that is not mom approved, I get a phone call or a text message. Hey, let me holler at you. What's going on? I'm like, Mom's a little hookah. I don't care. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. So yeah, I'm with you on that. Now you mentioned something that is a perfect segue to where I want to take this next question. This generation is a media generation, a social media driven generation. And Mabacha, my question for you is, you know, social media, it can have such a negative influence, and it can even have a positive influence, right? How do you feel people should manage not allowing social media to have a negative influence on their mental health?
Yeah, I think that that's something that's just going to keep happening and keep circling, and there are always going to need to be adjustments with that. I always tell people to take social media breaks, and people would look at me like I have 10 heads, but it is helpful. It is therapeutic. Taking time away from Twitter and Instagram, whatever social media platforms people are on the most, is so important, because you do become consumed with the content that you see, right? Whether it be negative or positive. And so sometimes being fixated on it without having to set your own boundary. Jade made so many great points about no. And every time she said it, I'm like, that's a boundary, that's a boundary, that's a boundary, you know? And it's the same thing with social media, is being able to know how to put up that boundary to say, you know what, my phone is telling me I have all this screen time. Let me step away from it, right? And it's okay, because another thing that we would advocate for mental health practitioners, advocates, whatever the case may be, is to take some time to yourself, right? And being comfortable with that. And even when we think about COVID-19, right? In the helping field, a lot we're talking about the things that happen when we become isolated, right? And it's not necessarily isolation, but being intentional. Setting intention is so important for everything. And I think, again, when we look at the things that might be imbalanced and the things that are balanced, and when it comes to social media, it's what we consume. It's the intention of what we put behind it, with what we post, with what we look at, with what we comment, with what we like, what we save, whatever the case may be. But I really do. I will say that I like the push that mental health just is getting in general. People breaking down anxiety and depression. Again, the two things that are very prevalent and most common. But for me, I definitely think that taking a break, taking a moment, sometimes people say, I just deleted the app from my phone. I didn't want to disable it. That's fine. And then you can just go ahead and re-download it, right? And then just the space, you don't become so dependent on it because it's quick to just, I got to see what's happening on Twitter right now. Like, I got to see who's checking my story. I just posted something, right? That's all fine and dandy because, again, it feeds us. That's something that is important. We have to boost ourselves. We have to do that. But we also have to know that because it's just such a thing, it's changing. We have to keep up with what's going on. We also have to know when to put that boundary up and say, I need a break from it right now.
You know, that is the key, right? You know, they say too much of anything is not good for you, right? You know, too much water, you can die if you drink too much water, right? And we need that. I swear, as we've gotten older, I need some good water, right? But if you drink too much, it's not. So I appreciate you just saying, you know, creating that boundary because that is key. Now, Jay, you know, in your own opinion, what are some of the ways that people can be proactive about their mental health and the mental health of their family members and friends?
So I like that you all touched on earlier, destigmatizing mental health in the Black community. And as a member of the African-American community and the faith-based community, those are two communities that I noticed do not want to talk about mental health or that are not comfortable talking about mental health. And as a person who was diagnosed with clinical depression and ADHD over a decade ago, those are the two communities that I want to make sure that I target the most, because my goal and mission in sharing my story when I do share it is to humanize mental health. Those two communities, it has historically been, you know, termed crazy if you have a mental health issue, or, you know, they talk about the checks that you get from it. We all know, coming from our Black households, how mental health is stigmatized or referred to. So that's one thing, is that I made it my mission. And I think that a lot of people, particularly with mental health diagnosis, can make it their mission as well, is to humanize it. Also, I think data and research is always powerful. You know, they're always powerful. Knowledge is key. Once you know the stats, even, you know, a study by the National Institute of Mental Health revealed that during the pandemic, 44% of college students reported having symptoms of depression and anxiety. However, only 40% of the students were receiving treatment and help. So that's 60% of students in general walking around untreated. Suicide was the third leading cause of death among college students. So I think even informing your friends and family that this is an issue, this is what is going on out here. Even if you're not struggling with it, someone else may be struggling with it. So we have to be okay and be transparent and vulnerable with this. Also, I think knowing your family history and sharing that family history. A lot of parents, African-American parents and grandparents, they don't want to talk about it. But just because you don't talk about it doesn't mean that it goes away, right? So a lot of times, and even with, you know, the All of Us research program, we're talking about precision medicine. A lot of times, if someone in your family has a diagnosis and they're on a particular medication, that medication can work for your body chemistry as well. That's why it's important to have precise medicine that fits your chemistry and your body chemistry the best. So I think that having that conversation, if you know something is wrong with the uncle that stays in the room all of the time, or the cousin that's speaking to himself on the street, have that conversation up front and have that with your family, because you could be doing yourself a disservice.
Yeah, nah, you gotta have those conversations. Those are the uncomfortable ones, are always the tough ones, but I swear you feel so much better, you know, when you put it out there and you address the elephants in the room or whatever the case may be. Now, we have a couple questions that kind of came in through the chat. And so I want to start with you, Dr. White, because earlier we were talking about therapy and therapists and understanding, you know, being referred if that one isn't right. You know, how do you even address finding the right therapist?
I think it depends on where. I think it depends on the lens of how you're going about seeking counseling. So, for instance, if you're a college student, the initial process would be, of course, going to the counseling center, right? And so I would say that I think you kind of have to come in with an open mind in terms of, my main focus is to be treated, right? Because sometimes the notion of building a rapport with a counselor, with a therapist, takes time. right? And so sometimes when we first go in, because of all, already our nervousness, right? Or the feelings that we have in terms of whether we can trust to just dump, in a sense, all these things that we're feeling at the moment often kind of can deter someone quickly to say, you know what, I'm done. I don't want to do this. But I really think you have to give yourself the opportunity to work through the process. So with anything in terms of not just the notion of seeking treatment, but also maintaining it, being able to stay with it. One of the reasons why so many individuals may consistently battle with these ebb and flows, feelings and experiences with mental health is often because individuals terminate early. Right. So let's say as a therapist, if you're doing short-term therapy, we usually will frame things from a 6 to 8 week perspective. If you're coming out in week 4, right, we started developing tools. We started talking about strategies that you can personally implement. And then week 4, you disappear. Right. So meaning you haven't had the opportunity to really make sure and customize what is effective for you. So oftentimes that's what happens. So then later on, because you hadn't been able to go through that process or was able to commit through going through that channel of whatever that treatment plan was, now those things keep coming up. Those themes keep coming up, and then they become unaddressed. So I feel like it's really important to have an openness, because you're not always going to be in a situation where you can so-called pick your therapist. Some go through a network. You have insurance, you go through a certain network, you can kind of go through the list, right, of providers, see who's available for services, and you can kind of try it out and see where things are. But other individuals, depending on insurance, may go through a community network. So if you are exposed or are looking for counseling or some type of therapeutic service, you're going through a network. And, as that might be different. That experience is going to be different. So I feel like it's really important to just be more open to the process, and also being open to what is it that I can get out of treatment, to give yourself that time to just even get used to the process of counseling. And then if you still don't feel there's a connection, or then if you feel that, this person is, it's the person that you're seeing is not meeting the needs or the thing that you have, that's when I mentioned the conversation, right, about being referred out. So I would say first go with that open, because think about it. A lot of us across the country, counseling centers are full, right? I mean, there are unfortunately in some cases waiting lists, right? But I think that the most important thing is to not be discouraged. So still put your name. If you are a person who's trying to see someone and you are told there may be a waiting list, put your name on that list anyway, right? Usually most places will do some initial assessment just to kind of see where you are, to see to what extent are you presenting, at the time that you're seeking counseling, to make sure that there might be some other immediate services that may be needed for you. So if that's the case, definitely either way, whether it's you just trying to do it for a preventive measure, or if you're doing it because you're in crisis and you're told that there's a waiting list, again, do not be discouraged. Go ahead and start that process. And sure, you can continue to look, you can go out your network, you can, look at other places. But for instance, counseling centers, nationally, this is something that we're experiencing, wait lists sometimes, right? It doesn't mean that it's going to take, and sometimes when we think wait lists, we're thinking, months down the line or several. No, as counseling centers, we're definitely trying to move quickly and trying to make sure that we're able to have and get students in so they can be seen, right? But I think that just that notion deters, right? So again, being open to and being familiar with the process is so important. So that way you don't immediately eliminate your opportunity to get support and get help that you need. The other piece that I would say in terms of, really kind of addressing, mental health and the services is also looking at, developing your own communities. Many of us, particularly if you're a college student, some of you may have a person on campus. It could be a professor, or it might be an organization on campus. It may be a religious group, or it may be someone who is associated with student life or what have you, whatever that is for you, it's also important to kind of develop your own community. So that way you have those supports, you do have those places in which you can, openly and honestly have conversations with individuals or with people without judgment, or you feeling like it's without judgment. I think that's important. And I think also in that process of preparing to, see someone and get support, it's so important also to be willing to kind of do the work and doing that self-assessment because that's really hard. I think that's sometimes also what deters or maybe is misrepresented or misunderstood about the counseling process, as if the counselor has all the answers, right? So we don't have all the answers. You have the answers. We're here to help facilitate and guide you and develop strategies and implement practices and help you process and go through things that's your own lived experience, right? And that is customized specifically for you. So oftentimes, when someone comes in, it's if that person, the counselor, has all the answers. And no, the goal is for you to be able to work through some things and then to develop some things that you can take out and implement, or to open your mind to things that maybe already existed, but you just was not already aware of. So just kind of really having an understanding that it truly is a dual relationship, when it comes to therapy. And so, therefore, we want you to have the opportunity to definitely take ownership of your process, right? Take ownership of what are those things that you need in your therapy, right? And what ways and what commitment are you willing to take in order to make those things happen for you, right? So I think that's kind of all encompassing of really entering into the process and getting the most out of counseling was, kind of involves all these like multi-layer things. So just in terms of considerations coming in.
Yeah, but that's key though. I mean, I think that's when you take those different pieces and you put them together and then you get where you're trying to go. It's customizing and understanding what's best for you. You gotta have a little patience. Just because you're on a little wait list don't mean it ain't coming. You gotta have a little patience. But one thing that was heard frequently in what you were saying was just being able to talk. And Jade, you even mentioned when you have family that, going through different things, trying to have these uncomfortable conversations. So I guess my question now for you is, how do you even, and even from your own personal experiences, right? How do you talk to immediate family about what is going on?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, I think that I think it's twofold. Sometimes it's appropriate to talk to family, but let's be honest, there are some unhealthy family dynamics, right? So I will say, I totally get what you're saying, Jalil, but there are some dynamics, right, where that may not necessarily be the right course of action for some people. However, if you do have a system or a family support system that in general truly has your best interests, right, at heart, and you feel like it's important for them to be a part of your treatment or with you and your counselor that you've talked about, or the notion of seeing counseling, it may be helpful to have that ally family member to be in the space or in the room with you, right? So there might have been at least one person that you're close to, or one person, whether it's a best friend or one of your family members that you're close to that you may have disclosed, right? Your challenges, your difficulties. So sometimes starting the conversation is to have at least one of your allies with you, right? To kind of talk about or have this conversation about what you may need from your family, right? Or if you're going through a difficult time and you want them to know that and want to let them know that you're considering or you are seeking help, I think sometimes having that ally is important in having that conversation. But only you as an individual knows your family, right? Only you as an individual knows kind of what are the time and the right places and things of that nature to have those conversations. But I think you also know if it's unsafe for you too, right? To have those conversations, or whether you need to bring them in the fold, because sometimes, unfortunately, family is a trigger. A family is, the source to some of the stressors, right? That a person is dealing with. So I think it's kind of, I think you really do have to kind of read the pulse of like your circumstances in terms of having that conversation. But one of the things I love about now too is like the notion of extended family and the relationships with friends and family and or like extended family. Like, a lot of us have various sister circles, right? That, or I know you mentioned Jalil, your frat brothers. A lot of us develop our own communities that are family, right? That are not necessarily our blood, but they're the people that you see just as close, or you may even confide in more than your own family, right? Your own blood. And so, maybe that's the group that you need to talk to. Does that make sense? Maybe that's the group that you need to surround yourself and have the conversation about what supports that you need or what you're going through. Is that the family that you've created, outside of from the ones that you come from, the community or the family you created. Maybe that's the space where you have that conversation about, hey, I've been really having a difficult time, or or you can talk about, if you have been seeing someone, you can let them know, I've been seeing someone and my therapist has mentioned about, developing a network or developing a support system, and, let them know what that looks like for you, based on that. So that's kind of, I guess how I would say that you would start that process and trying to start conversations, about mental health or about letting people know that you're going through a difficult time. I think you definitely want to have those kind of things in mind.
Jay, what's your take? I know with your own personal experiences, right, and things that you've had to overcome, and that you still to this day, day in and day out, still fighting and doing the best you can for yourself. What was that like for you, and how has that network or environment kind of helped gotten you through where you are now?
So I do want to say one thing, that what we have to become comfortable with is sometimes readjusting our expectations of other people and their reactions. So if you decide that you want to tell someone else, whether it's a friend, a family member, someone you're in a relationship with, your school counselor, you have to decide internally and be okay that if you do not get the support that you want, or you don't want you didn't receive the reaction that you want, that is okay, because everyone is not where you are with that. Some people are not comfortable with this. Some people don't know what to say. Some people don't know how to say it. Some people may be struggling with it themselves. So they feel like if they talk to you about it, it may reveal what they're going through. So you have to go in with the mind frame. I expect, and it might sound pessimistic, but I expect nothing out of this but to be heard. I expect nothing out of this but to be informed, or to inform them and share information. If something good comes out of it, that's amazing. If it doesn't, that's okay, and life will still go on anyway. So that's something that I think a lot of people have to keep in mind. But for me, luckily, my experience is that when I was initially diagnosed, I was 20 and I was having difficulty in college, just managing and sleeping all day and not feeling like myself, and my grades were suffering. And I said something to my father first. And I just said, I don't feel like myself, but I don't know what it is. I'm feeling really blah, and I wasn't like this last year. I don't know what's going on. And he actually said, I think you should go see a doctor. He actually encouraged me to do that and said, I hope you find a doctor. And then that's when I went for testing and I received my diagnosis. But had I not said anything and I suffered in silence, I wouldn't have been able to have someone tell me, an adult tell me at that time, this is what it sounds like you need to do. So it's a twofold, just like Dr. White said, I always say you have to know your audience. So know your family. If you think your family is already off the hook and a little, set it offish, then you may not want to, or if they're the cause of the trauma, you may not want to say nothing to them, But if you do and you feel like you can and it's a safe space, then you share, and just sometimes your expectations, just readjust them.
That's not set it offish though,
I am from Detroit, so a lot of my family has set it offish. So.
She said, "Look, the Midwest get down. You know what it is." But I commend your father for even stepping up like that. I think that's huge, right? And how Dr. White was even saying, you having the right network and those people around you, for him to even say, hey, you might want to do that. Because a lot of times you find cases where family or friends or whoever may kind of blow it off, right? Or we'd be like, nah, you just having a bad day or whatever, when in all actuality, you needed to go and see that and seek that and get a better understanding. So yeah, I want to thank your father for that, because I think that's huge and how we do that. Now, Mabacha, for you, you're in a space now where, you've been able to truly help people, get to where they are and do what it is. Do you ever find yourself needing your own help? And in that case, how do you kind of take a step, reset, reach out, or, how do you kind of go about it? Because in the space that you're in, you give a lot of yourself to your clients, and you give a lot of yourself to those that need you, because you're gonna be all up in their business anyway, right? And so how do you find a balance for you in that aspect, right? Because that can be draining at times, always having to be mentally strong for another individual or group of people. So how do you still show up for yourself? And then do you ever find yourself seeking your own help, and how has that benefited you?
Yeah, it's funny. Dr. White and I were kind of talking about this the other day, but it's honestly, it's boundaries, right? And I would say in this point in time, it's taken a lot of unlearning. It has taken a lot of being okay with saying no to people. And if they're not feeling it, they're not feeling it, right? I've already said what I needed to say. I've done what I've needed to do. Having a network, again, is the help, but then I also have a therapist, right? So people are like, does the therapist have a therapist? Yes. And the therapist should have a therapist, right? And it just kind of goes into that ladder. Somebody is going to be or should be seeing someone, right? And I think, kind of like to Jade's point about the Black community, as Black women in particular, we just kind of throw that cape on, right? And it's like, I'll take care of all of this. I'll do this. You can come to me, right? But then what happens when we get overwhelmed, right? So again, to Jade and Dr. White's point, being able to do a physical check. I'm tense. I'm holding it up right here. Something's going on, right? I have a headache. I've been trying to do all this other stuff for other people. I haven't even eaten all day, right? Really knowing the importance of prioritizing myself has got me to the point now where it's much more manageable, right? To be able to say, I have to take a step back. And sometimes even in the most polite way you can tell people. I love now that people are always saying like, can you check in with your friends? Like, are you in a good space for me to just kind of dump this on you? Because today has been, and I need someone to just hear me, right? I might not even just need a response. I just need to dump it all out and to talk. Are you in a space for that, right? Knowing how to receive it and when to give it to. And also just for me, knowing what to put my energy into. Is this going to fulfill me? I say this to clients all the time. Is this something that is going to benefit you? If you answer that and your question is no, right? Again, we have to step back and say, okay, I might not need to be putting all of my energy into this because it's not going to fulfill me, right? And sometimes knowing when to let go of control, right? I used to be that, it has to be this way, right? If it's not this way, it's wrong. That's not how things align with us at times, right? So sometimes I'm like, okay, it is what it is. I can't do much more, right? I've done all I can do, and being able to reassure it, right? So we talk a lot about manifestations and these affirmations, right? You have to be about it. It's one thing to say it, but are you saying it with conviction, right? What is the intent behind it? But I definitely do find myself needing that help at times. I go to my mom, right? I can speak to some of my professors in our program, right? I'm feeling very overwhelmed right now. Can I have an extension for this paper? Knowing when to ask for help. I think that's how we kind of set the tone, right? When you started some of the questions, that's also been a big thing, right? Because 10, 15 something years ago, I'm like, I'm not asking for help. No, I can do it, right? Having to kind of unlearn and say that worked out a certain kind of way. But again, expectations, right? To Jade's point, I have to reevaluate that as well.
I love that. I take naps. I'm a nap taker. Okay. If the day feels overwhelming, if I have a headache, if I am a nap taker, I'll get on a Zoom, handle the meeting, once it's done, I'm back. I'm taking a nap. I got the alarm set before the next one, hop on. And if I feel like I need another nap, I'm going back to sleep and taking another nap because I think that's how you reset. Like you have to, because if you're not strong, it's hard to really assess and understand how to be strong in everything else that's going on. Now, actually, for you earlier, I mentioned, running. To me, running is so therapeutic, but that's not always what everyone does. And so, for you in your position and what, in this space and age in your life, what are some activities that you do to help your own mental health?
Jalil, we are the same person, because when you said nap, like I wanted to jump through the screen and hug you, because I need me a nap, because like you said, I feel like that's reset. I put my phone on do not disturb, but the alarm gonna be on. Don't text me, don't call me, don't reach out to me. I need to reset. And that's literally what I have to do. Or sometimes, like if it's more of a gentle reset, I'll kind of try to, watch a show on Netflix, just the episode. So I'm not in too deep, but just maybe an episode on Netflix, kind of take some time to just reset and then, okay, get back to what I have to do. Because, sometimes the days are a lot, like today. I had work this morning, then I kind of took some time, did some work, then I went and got me something to eat, and now I'm on a panel. So now after that, I'm like, I did everything I need to do for today. So now I might kick back, watch a little show, take a nap if I need to. Then, you know, I got some things planned for later on. So I feel like that's always helpful. And I'm trying to get back into working out. So we trying to get back to that. You know, my birthday's coming up. I think you were Aries because you said 2 weeks, right?
Season.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it. So I'm trying to get right for my birthday. So I actually do enjoy working out as well. So kind of physically, kind of just being in tune with myself and kind of just, I'm a chiller. So I like to do chill things. So like napping, watching TV, chilling, online retail therapy, stuff like that kind of just helps me wind down or just reset and then be able to keep it moving from there. But sometimes it just is the little things that I need to kind of reset me to be able to keep going. So it's not like you throwing the whole day away or something happens, so you making it an entire bad day. Just give me a little nap, wake up, refresh, and I'm ready to go.
I'm glad I ain't the only one taking a nap. You know, it must be an Aries thing. I'm trying to take. We taking those naps. Dr. White, you know, Ashley kind of gave her own personal activities and her own strategies and how she does that for her. From your own research, from your own just understanding, are there any specific activities or strategies that are proven to actually assist with mental health?
Sure, absolutely. So to your points about rest, sleep, you know, exercise, eating healthy. And sometimes I think we think it's cliche, right? When we talk about, you know, that notion of exercise and diet and, you know what I mean, rest, but it's true. I mean, a lot of times those are the things that can, if they're not treated or if there's not a balance in that, it exacerbates all kinds of symptoms, not only mental health, but physical, medical conditions, right? When we don't attend to those things. So I feel like first, that's the first thing that's really important. But I think when you're looking at it from just a lens of, okay, what does wellness look like, you know, for me, or what does having a balanced life look for you individually? I think it's really important for us to first love ourselves. I think that's really important. I think it's really difficult for a lot of times because in some ways we're always told to not think about ourselves, right? Or to always think about others, or that we're always supposed to be doing for others, right? Or showing up for others, or hiding our feelings or our emotions, and, you know, and things of that nature. And a lot of that is, you know, generational, you know, a lot of that's cultural, right? In terms of that notion of always seeking or helping others. But I think what happens in that process, excuse me, then we don't take the time then to really tend to ourselves and really love ourselves. So one of the things that I think anybody who knows me, like I am such an advocate for the notion of self-care. I'm such an advocate for taking those time from yourself, you know, the me time, that's me time. And I think that's me. It's so important. You know, I think it's really important that, you know, just as much as we have all these goals, I know we talked about, you know, these different, you know, giving yourself the chance and the grace, right? And manage the expectations to achieve the various goals and things that we have. And I think that's, you know, definitely very important. And as we're doing that, you know, I think we have to take a moment to, you know, say to ourselves, you know, if I had nothing, like if I lost everything, what would give me my inner peace, right? If I, you know, lost my job today or tomorrow, or something, you know, happened to me, what is that thing that will make me sound or make me center, right? And because I think what happens is we think, okay, happiness is I have to have a house, or happiness is, you know, I have to have this certain job, or I have to be in this particular leadership position, or, you know what I mean? I need to have, you know, a family and these other things. And again, those are very important things, right? That develop us. But I mean, what does it look like just for you? Like, where can you sit with yourself and be okay, right? Can you, you know, go and take yourself out to dinner? You know, can you go to a movie and be content with just being with you? Can you sit in silence? Does that make sense? Those are the kind of things that I think is so very important in terms of, you know, us really trying to be cognizant, right, of, you know, our wellness, because that's how we know. If we don't ever take a moment to stop, to check in, and really to center ourselves for a moment, that's why we often don't know that we're not well, or we don't know, right, that we need either additional support. So I would definitely say in that whole notion of wellness, of the health and the diet and the exercise and, socializing, all those positive things that really help motivate our energy and things of that nature, that's definitely important for us to be able to, really work on loving the inner you. It's so important.
I love that you just said that. I think it takes time, right?
It does. Absolutely.
It takes time to accept you for you, right?
Exactly.
Like, you go through weight, your hair, all your clothes, your style, everything about you changes. The 15-year-old you is different than the 18-year-old you. The 18-year-old you is different than the 25-year-old you. Then your 30 you, someone told me the other day, like, yo, when you get 30, your energy is like, like it's a different type of, you're more calm about life. And then you start to really love you, but you start understanding that. I didn't realize it was a form of self-care, but until later on, but I used to do like, on Sundays, I used to just take myself to dinner. Like it would be just me. It would just be me taking myself to dinner. It would be me. I didn't understand. Every weekend on Sunday, that was my way of preparing myself for the week. That was my way of just having some J Therm time, whatever it was, and it was also an opportunity for me to learn more about Richmond, what restaurants they have to offer. If people come in town, I don't know where to go. And so then now that was a challenge that I used to do for myself. But yeah, ladies, listen, today, y'all gave me life today. Y'all touched on a lot of different things. And, on behalf of the Rooted Resilience team, I just want to thank y'all for even being a part of today's conversation. Jay, Dr. White, Ashley, Mabacha, like you all hit some really good points today. And I want to say thank you. And for everyone that's tuning in, streaming virtually, all that good stuff, thank you for tuning in today's conversation. And remember that it is okay to seek any professional counseling. I always say, just like people go to the gym and work out, you can go to therapy and work your mind out. And that will conclude our panel conversation. And I am Jalil Thurman, and I'm going to pass it back over to the Rooted and Resilience team.
Okay, I had to find myself. My camera was turned off. Like, what up? Oh my goodness. Let me tell you what y'all just did to the girl right here. Y'all was just diagnosing me. I'm like, oh dang, I got that. Oh my goodness. I need to be on somebody's sofa chair somewhere. So that was amazing. Oh my God. The information, like give yourself to yourself before you give yourself away. That's why I'm always telling students, and then I'm just thinking about hearing what y'all were saying. I need to do that to myself. I need to really take that time to give myself to me. This was great. J Therm, you did that thing again. Yeah, I caught that. I caught it. I don't miss much. I caught that. I know is a full sentence. Caught that too. Yeah, so I just want to thank y'all for being here today. Like this was powerful. And people that are joining in virtually, like if you didn't get something out today, you need to see one of these doctors right here and get an appointment, because it was full of knowledge. It was full of information that you can live for and by. So thank you so much for that. So all you people that's virtually watching this, I want you to put in the chat one thing that you learned. I want to do it. Put in the chat what you learned. One thing I want that you got out of today, because I got a whole bunch out of today. So this has been a wonderful day. I want to go back to something that we started off the day with, because I told you I was going to give you a lot of information, then I was going to test you again. We talked about the All of Us research program. You learned a lot of stuff. What we're doing with BGLC, the mental health piece is amazing. I want to give an extra shout out to Jade Mathis, who's our influencer that was a part of the panel. She's here working with us. She's right here along with us throughout these tours. She's going to be with us doing this throughout this year. So I want to tell her story. She didn't give the full story, but you can hear that tomorrow. tomorrow when we do our community day, which is going to be held at the Bowie Town Center. And I'm going to give you the address, and we're going to put that in the chat as well. The Bowie Town Center is located at 15606 Emule Way. And it's in Bowie, Maryland. 20716. I am dyslexic today. So that's 20716. It's in Bowie, Maryland. But the Bowie Town Center, we're going to be in the parking lot B, that's important, behind Five Guys. Got that? I wrote that down. I see you shaking your head good. That means you got that. And then we'll have an inspirational service. Oh my goodness gracious, because I told you the 3 C's. We're doing college, which is college collegiate, we're doing community, and we're going to church on Sunday. So I need you to tune in to the NPHC Facebook or YouTube on Sunday to be a part of that inspirational service that we're going to provide for you. It's going to be fabulous. Now, your homework for before we end all of this, that post survey. We got another, where there's a pre, there's always a post. I need you to take a moment before we sign off today to fill out that survey. So we're going to put that link in the chat, as well as we're going to show that barcode, that CRQ code. I said a barcode, a CRQ code on the screen. So you can get out your devices, look at it. There it is. We want you to, get it even so you can get the questions. We want you to take the time to fill that out. We want our panelists fill that thing out. Go ahead, help us out. Do that thing. Fill it out. Yes, I'm going to give you seconds. Yeah, I'm counting. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. Y'all want me to sing a short selection? I can do that as well. Even though that's not my ministry, but I go in. All right, I see you taking the time. I see y'all doing it. All right, again, thank you for joining us. It's important. It's going to take all of us. We want you to be one in a million to get this thing together. We want you to be a champion of your own health. Take care of yourself. Again, come join us tomorrow if you're in the area. We can't wait to see you in person and have a great time with us. You're going to get even more information. It's going to be a carnival type atmosphere where you can get some vending, but you can spend your money, spend your time, bring your children. We have a kids zone, so come on out and join us. So we appreciate you again. I can't say that enough. Love you, thinking of you, and it's going to take all of us. And until tomorrow, we're going to sign out.